that's good. Thanks, Tom. Very much. Yeah.
I think it was last week we the first time it slowed down. We just so this for a while. You were saying something. Said there's something. Right. So it came back. And Larry's been great.
Oh, that's Dusty.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm just going to look at Reddit.
Good morning. We'll call this meeting to order. Call the roll, please.
Board Chair Morton.
Here.
Vice Chair Hacker. Ms. Nesset. Here. Dr. Ryan.
Here.
Mr. Trainer.
Here.
Ms. Thornton. Here. Mr. Mahalik.
Here.
Ms. Louders. I believe she's on the phone. Ms. Louders. Mr. Wakeford.
Here.
Dr. Pruce.
Thank you. We need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, Nick Hacker, I'll move the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hacker. Ms. Thornton. Ms. Nesset.
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik.
Yes.
Mr. Trainer.
Yes.
Dr. Ryan.
Yes.
Ms. Louders. Board Chair Morton.
Yes. Moving to the consent agenda. Are there any questions on the consent agenda?
Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Dr. Ryan moves.
Second, Tim Mahalik.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Miss Thornton,
Yes.
Miss Louders. Yes. Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. Hacker,
Yes.
Mr. Trainer,
Yes.
Miss Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Board Chair Morton.
Yes. We're moving pretty fast. We're a third of the way done. Board business, item number 8, presidential search process. Chancellor?
Thank you, Chair Morton. I just want to brief the board on 2 candidates. You should have received their biographies last night. And I just wanted to let people know that for, I don't know, about a month since President Kennedy finally submitted his resignation, we had numerous people reach out because it was very open. People wanted to communicate to me or board leadership that they'd be willing to serve in an interim capacity. Had several discussions with people of diverse gender, and out of probably about 10 conversations and outreaches, including former leaders in the executive branch, legislative branch, 2 former college presidents, numerous other people, several deans, former deans, that the 2 names I'm sending forward for your consideration, and I will make a recommendation of one of them, are Dr. Elbert, former Dean of the College of Business Public Administration, and Dr. Wynn. These are just incredibly impressive people. The conversations were so thoughtful. Public servants. Neither one of them, of course, needs this job, wanted this job, or tried to lobby for the job. And again, you can look at for example, Dr. Elbert, just numerous roles that he's continued to lead even after retirement, but while he was in his position, built programs, published numerous papers, and as a former military guy, if you don't know the significance of what he did in the military, I had no idea. I mean, Bronze Star with Oak Leaf Cluster, Combat Infantry Badge. I mean, this is a guy who put his life on the line in one of the most unpopular wars and came through it amazingly, including the Purple Heart. These are dedicated people. Josh Wynn, years and years of service in North Dakota, but if you look at this is a teacher who won several teaching awards. So you're seeing someone who understands the challenge of being in the classroom, and students are changing. As we've talked over and over again, it's about the students, and the students are changing, learning is changing, the workforce is changing, technology is changing. So this is not just someone who's administrated, but actually has been there and won numerous awards from Boston University, Detroit, it goes on and on. But then if you didn't realize this, he's not just a medical person. So some might say, well, how could a medical person run a university? An MBA from University of Chicago, which is one of the top universities, in the world. So incredibly dedicated people who did not lobby, did not come toward me without being approached. And I think they will both be able to do an incredible job. The second point I'd make about both of them is they both agreed that if they were not chosen as the interim, that they would be honored to serve as co-chair of the search committee. Other candidates didn't want to do that. So again, the candidates I talked to was like, well, I'll either be the interim, but I don't want to be on the search committee. But they would be willing to do both, and we know that's a very difficult job being on a search committee. So those are the 2 names. You have their biographies. And I would, either one could do the job, but I would recommend the board appoint Dr. Wynn as the president of UND.
Chair Morton,
Casey?
I would move that Dr. Joshua Wynn be appointed interim president for the University of North Dakota with a start date of June 16th, 2019. And we would authorize Chancellor Hagerat to negotiate contract terms.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Questions?
Chair Morton, I want to compliment and commend the Chancellor for giving us a very hard choice and picking two outstanding individuals to select from. I've known Dennis Alberts for many years because he was the Dean of the Business School when I was a student at the University of North Dakota, and I've known Dr. Wynn for a number of years as some of my niece and nephew have attended the medical school in Grand Forks, and so both individuals have tremendous capacity and are ready, willing, and able to run the University of North Dakota. So thank you for giving us two outstanding candidates to select from today.
Thank you, Dan. Excellent thoughts. You're good.
From the point of view of the faculty, I think both of them are perfectly fine. They're two qualified candidates. They're both from UND. I know they have left positive impressions there, and I think it's fine. Are we gonna? Can I make a suggestion for the committee, or would that be after this motion?
After the motion.
After the motion, good.
Any other thoughts? I agree, two excellent candidates. I'm sitting here wondering, a college president, and our college presidents can attest, it's a difficult job in 2019. I think it gets more difficult every year, so I'm wondering who got the short straw here, Dennis or Josh? No, it's a great opportunity, and they're both outstanding candidates, and I think the fact that Josh is internal can be a plus too. Hearing any other discussion?
Chair Morton, in a couple conversations that I had with staff members at UND, Dennis, Dr. Alberts was, let me say, he was well-liked, I guess, so to speak, from a staff perspective. I guess Dr. Wynn, too, was a good choice, too, so I commend the Chancellor and his difficult choice that this is. So I just wish the best in this process.
I agree. Dr. Albert did a great job leading the College of Business. He was a leader in online and did a great job there. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Louders? Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Okay, and we also approved and within that motion for the Chancellor to negotiate the contract too. Item number 9. I'm sorry, go ahead, Birgit.
Yeah, I have just a comment on the composition of the committee. I agree we have had two wonderful candidates and we have a very good interim president, but we are still in the situation that we have 11 male presidents. And I would really like to see some efforts to recruit women to the pool, and one first step to do that is to have a balanced committee that has women on the committee. And I also think it's outrageously important that faculty are involved, and of course staff and students as well. So please, as you put the committee together, put this under consideration.
Thank you. Moving on to board nominations.
We have to
Wait, co-chair.
only co-chairs.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair,
I'm
we're
sorry,
looking-
I'm sorry, yeah.
Mr. Chair, if we could just continue on item 8B, which was the revised agenda that came out last night regarding co-chairs, and following up on Ms. Pruce's discussions. I appreciate the interim selection that was just made, and that the willingness of both of those upstanding candidates would be willing to serve as a co-chair of the search committee. It tells me that they really have the University of North Dakota in mind, in the best of their heart. And another person that has a really good pulse on what's going on at the University of North Dakota and within the community is Dr. Casey Ryan, one of our board members. And so with both of those candidates in mind, And there's been a lot of discussion about how we conduct searches and the process that goes into that. And so I'm going to make a motion that's going to tweak that just a little bit. And I think it will help chart a course forward for us to have an efficient search and one that would be in the best interest of the University of North Dakota for the long term. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would move that we appoint Dr. Casey Ryan as the board member as a co-chair, along with Mr. Denny Elbert, Dr. Denny Elbert, to be appointed as co-chairs of the University of North Dakota Presidential Search Committee, that the co-chairs be instructed to assemble a committee not to exceed 11 members, that the committee and the University of North Dakota be permitted to engage a recruiting firm and to permit the committee to deviate from the express terms of North Dakota University System Procedure 601.1 in establishing the committee.
Second.
Thank you. I had version 1 of the agenda. Version 2, I'm on now, so I'm all with the rest of you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I'm not sure I understood what the exception was.
So, Mr. Chair, this would permit the co-chairs to establish a committee that may not follow the exact makeup of participants that's in procedure, primarily due to the limited number of positions that my motion carried, which is a much more streamlined search or recruitment effort, and so that they will balance the engagement of the community, the engagement of the university, including, ensuring that there's faculty, but there may not be exact counts. The procedure lays out specific counts, which creates a committee that's much larger than 11.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Chair Morton, I think with this committee, we need to recognize that there are issues that are in the community in Grand Forks and within the university, and that there will need to be, and I'll work this with co-chair Dennis Elbert, that we do need to look at history and see relationships with UND, relationships with North Dakota and Grand Forks as we look at who the next president will be. So there'll be more to come, but I think we'll do it, and we'll take into account what Dr. Preuss has said, and I think we'll try and have a very balanced group that can work together and move this ahead on a timely basis.
Thank you. Birgit?
Yeah, I have one other comment there. I do agree with Dr. Ryan that we need somebody who builds relationships outside the university, but I think we also need somebody who rebuilds relationships within the university and rebuilds trust and builds up morale again. And that's important for both, for the interim president, and it probably wouldn't hurt to put that into the contract, and also keep in mind who we are searching for the permanent position. Morale is low on campus, and I think there is a lot of room for improvement.
Chair Morton, I appreciate that, your comments, and agree.
Just a reminder, we are talking about the co-chairs of the search committee now.
Chair Morton, I want to thank Dr. Ryan and Dr. Alberts for their willingness to serve this committee and the University of North Dakota. I hope that their process is expedited and that they attempt to accomplish their work in a timely manner. I think that the University of North Dakota needs a permanent president as soon as reasonably possible. And I think for the chancellor, one of the things in this board that we need to look at is presidential succession planning and how we fill these positions. There was a blog report a few weeks ago about essentially every time that there's a vacancy in any of our institutions, it costs us $80,000 to decide who should be the next president of an institution. It took us $80,000 to decide that Doug Darling should move across the hall. People in Devil's Lake would have told you that for free twice. It took us $80,000 twice to decide that Steve Shirley should be the president of Valley City and then again at Minot. I come from a standpoint where we have vacancies in court systems in North Dakota all the time. We have a committee that's set up to fill those vacancies, and I think the cost is less than $3,000. Now, this is a different type of a vacancy, and there are different dynamics, but we also need to respect the idea that we are dealing with taxpayer money, student money, and these vacancies occur regularly. They occur about every other year, at least. And so we need to have a better plan, a more cost-efficient plan, and perhaps not always rely on out-of-state headhunting firms that I think the industry standard, from what I understand, is about a third of the first-year salary. And for particularly the 2-year and 4-year schools, other than the major universities, we're paying in excess of that. And I think that's inappropriate for a university system to do, and I think we need to come up with a better plan.
Kathy?
Chair Morton, I just want some clarity. Are we talking about the nominations for chairing this, or are we talking about contract terms for the search firm, or all?
We're talking about approving the co-chairs.
Thank you.
I think, point of order, though, the motion did involve engaging a search firm. That was part of the motion. So if Chair Nesset, or if Ms. Nesset has comments about that, it's probably the right time to do it.
I just want to be clear what we're talking about here. Chair?
I'm having a hard time keeping up, too, but I would just remind everyone, within academia across the country, shared governance is a pillar. Shared governance involves getting input from a lot of different stakeholders, and there are a lot of different stakeholders. And so shared governance, sometimes you don't move quite as fast as you can sometimes in the private sector, but the end goal is to get the right person. And you want to do whatever it takes to get the right person. I think we are going to make an effort to limit the size of the search committee so we can move as fast as possible. And I think Dan raises some good points. And we are going to give the search committee that flexibility. And yet it will take time, and it will take longer than we sometimes anticipate. But that's the shared governance model that is a pillar of higher ed. And but as long as we get all the appropriate stakeholders engaged, and then if we can do that in a timely manner, great. But we have, if we can get to the vote, I think we have 2 great co-chairs. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Trainer,
Yes.
Ms. Louders, Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Hacker,
Yes?
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
or Chair Morton.
Yes. Okay, now we can move to item number 9. Board nominations for board chair and vice chair and executive secretary. We'll do the board chair first.
Mr. Chairman,
Tim?
I'd move Nick Hacker be appointed or elected as board chair for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
I appreciate the vote of confidence, and just want to make sure the chair does understand his full term does not complete until the end of June. And I look forward to his continued service until that time.
I was afraid you were going to withdraw. Thank you. Thank you. I think, obviously, I have a lot of confidence in Nick. I selected him as the vice chair, so I'm biased. Any other comments? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Trainer,
Yes.
Mr. Hacker,
Abstain?
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Ms. Louders, Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Board Chair Morton.
Yes. Now, nominations for the vice chair. Kathy?
Chair Morton, I would like to nominate Dr. Casey Ryan to fill the position of Vice Chair of the State Board of Higher Education.
Ashley, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I think another excellent choice. We have a little bit of geographic balance with Nick in the middle of the state and Casey in the eastern part of the state. Any other comments? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. Hacker,
Yes.
Ms. Louders, Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Trainer,
Yes.
Board Chair Morton.
Yes. Okay, Executive Secretary, Policy 310.2. Eric, could you?
Yes, thank you, Chair Morton and members of the board. Every year, the board is responsible for appointing its executive secretary, who's responsible for keeping the records and minutes of the board, and officially speaking. And so at this time, any board member can make a nomination for the executive secretary of the upcoming year.
Any board member can, even the chairman?
Yes.
Well, I believe that's Christie, isn't it? Oh, Terry?
Board Chair Morton and members of the committee, in the
Who's
past,
the current executive secretary?
executive secretary is Tammy Dolan. And I believe there had been some discussion about Tammy Dolan surrendering that role to the board to appoint a new executive secretary.
Okay. Okay, nominations for executive secretary.
Mr. Chair, could I ask for input from the Chancellor?
Yes.
Yes, the people always think of Tammy as the CFO, but she's also administrative title. But given the complexity of all the finances and whatnot, that the fit here is Terry Meyer, who is now the chief of staff, as well as executive assistant. So our desire is that Terry Meyer be made that executive secretary, so Tammy has less of that on her plate. So it's kind of reapportioning.
Good. Thank you. Comments, questions?
So moved
So move.
that Terry Meyer be appointed the executive secretary of the board. Isn't that the motion?
Yep.
That's needed?
Thank you, Dan. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? I think that's an excellent choice, myself. Call the roll, please.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Trainer,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Hacker,
Yes.
Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Ms. Louders, Board Chair Morton.
Yes. Okay, item number 10. Phil and Jen, are you ready? NDUS strategic planning and proposed changes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Phil Weiskup, the Vice Chancellor for Strategic Planning and Engagement, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Jen Weber, who is the Director of the Institutional Research Arm of the State of the University System. So every 5 years, we execute a strategic planning process. You, the board, lay out the goals, and then that drives our strategic planning for the next 5 years. This time, as we get ready to execute the strategic planning process, we'll be folding in goals and issues that you've approved during the Envision process. And there's also, in the institutional research side, Jen had some ideas which we have talked about in a systematic process with the presidents here in the Chancellor's Cabinet, and we wanted to bring before you, which actually are some tweaks to the metrics that we want to use. So, Jen, would you present these?
Chair Morton, members of the board, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
It's on, okay. The process, the strategic plan, which belongs to the board and sets the goals that we focus on as a system, has a dashboard associated with it and a number of metrics. And my department is responsible for creating and maintaining that dashboard on an annual basis. And it's been a process in the past that about this time of year, we bring suggestions to the board about how we can improve the metrics that have been out there. So we've made some changes in the past to what we've had over the years. I should preface this by saying, as a researcher, my philosophy is fewer good things are better than more necessarily, because more often confuses the end user. So the ones I'm bringing to you today are looking to maybe reduce or refine what we have out there. That being said, there is a Chancellor's Cabinet retreat in a month or so that will look at possibly adding a few new metrics too. And what I'm bringing to you today, it came through my department. We've taken it to senior staff, and we've taken it to the Chancellor's Cabinet. And speaking in terms of again, data and less being more, just for reference here, when we look at the State Board of Higher Ed plan, it has 5 goals, and those goals have 12 objectives underneath them. Under those 12 objectives, there's 23 outcomes or metrics, and when we put those dashboards together, in the end, we have 493 data points that come from over 30 sources that have to either be looked up, calculated, or surveyed in the process. So there is a lot of data out there. Should I just go through them all and then allow for feedback, or do you want to do them one by one?
Whatever you want to think is best.
Okay. Well, then we'll just go with the flow. I'll let people jump in when they want. So looking at, first of all, the handout was in your notes too, and there are links on there if you have your computer open that you can see the dashboard. When we look at Goal 1, deliver degrees that are the best in the nation, we currently have 2 outcomes and 3 metrics associated with that. Under that section, 1.1a and 1.2 are essentially the same metric. When we do our research to collect the updates, the same information is put under 2. So seeing that as duplicative, what we're suggesting is that we basically remove 1.2, replace it with 1.1a, which would be a replacement of the wording, so change it from tuition task force recommendation to easy to understand tuition model, and then basically shuffle those around. So in the end, we would have 2 metrics, one under each outcome there, and that would remove just the duplicative nature of those 2 metrics. Under goal number 2, 2.1, we currently have 3 metrics there. 2.1c refers to increasing the number of businesses receiving training through TrainND. What we've observed with that over the years that we've had it out there is that funding for that comes directly from the legislature. Even though funding was maintained between last legislative session and the current one, the prior 2 sessions it continually decreased. So that metric is basically showing a sharp decrease on the dashboard because the funding isn't there. So since this is a metric that we have set a goal, but our outcome for the goal, we can't control it because it's based on external funding, the recommendation there would be to remove it. This doesn't mean that we wouldn't be reporting on it. TrainND does report every year, and we would still have the information from them. The dashboard metric comes directly from their TrainND report. Under section 2.2, the first recommendation is that 2.2b.
Jen, you're going to take questions as
Absolutely.
we go. We have a question here.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, Dr. Weber, there's some statutory implications with us not having a focus on TrainND. I do understand that some of the funding hasn't been as supportive as it had in the past, but if we take this out of our strategic plan, are we sending a message, or are we not going to focus in this area even though the legislature has invested quite a few resources in these 4 regions over a period of time, and does this become less of a focus? of the system and the institutions? How do we ensure that we just don't leave Train ND behind?
That's a good question. And in the end, these again are just recommendations. I mean, the board still would get the final decision about what to do with these. If the board sees it as important to have and maintain on the dashboard, by all means, we would do that. And then I would feel like today, at least, I brought it to you, the recognition that it is a metric that is continually decreasing the way it's currently worded, and that is due to the fact that we have decreased funding over the course of time. It could possibly be reworked to a different metric related to the same. That would be a possible discussion for the Chancellor's Cabinet next month.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Vice Chair, I agree completely with your sentiment. We don't want the messaging to be like, oh, training for the workforce is not a priority. It's an absolute workforce priority. I mean, for Envision, for the first time in 20 years, the board said 5 workforce areas: healthcare, energy, technology, whereas, Roundtable was about academic programs and whatnot. So I definitely sense where you're going with that. We're just trying to get to the point of, presidents being held accountable for something like, increase per pupil spending. There's a formula, so obviously that's beyond their control. We're trying to find ways to judge them so we can go back and think of the wording, that might better fit with this. So we're just trying to be mindful of what we ask the presidents to do when they can't control the resources they have. So but we'll consider that a hold on that one, I guess we would say, and come back.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And there are 4 institution presidents that are charged with leading a regional Train ND center. And so by the board not including this as a priority, it's not only the message, but actually the end result. If we tell the presidents that this isn't important anymore, we're no longer going to measure, then it likely becomes not a priority for them in the future. So I would appreciate if this piece would be relooked, reviewed, and find a new home for it somehow. And if we're going to simply remove it, I would request that we have a conversation with the Interim Higher Education Committee to just fill them in and see what their thoughts are too. They're part of the funding requests, and so I think just continued discussion. Thank you.
Chair Morton, if I may, this is a dashboard issue. We're talking about how the dashboards are, what's actually out there on the web. I really think that it's more that type of an issue as opposed to where our priorities are, but I hear you.
Right.
Any other questions? Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So we're down to 2.2. Under 2.2, there's 2 recommended changes. One is on 2.2B. If you look at the metric to meet North Dakota's workforce needs through recruitment of traditional and non-traditional audiences, there's non-resident students compared to 23 and over students. 23 plus more reflects a non-traditional age student. And we would recommend at this point that we replace the non-resident with the 23 and over. So maintaining the metric, just a different demographic. On 2.2C, this is a metric that was put on our dashboard originally because it was part of the Lumina goal where we had a grant with certain requirements we needed to fulfill. I don't know, Phil, if you want to jump in on that one, but basically it doesn't necessarily speak to the metric itself because it's not specific to the system. It's specific to North Dakota. It's about increasing the percentage of North Dakota adults with associate degrees, which we contribute to, but it's certainly not entirely up to the NDUS system. Chancellor?
Let me jump in on that. And this is why we have the retreat in June. So this is kind of setting we can talk about. The board took a leadership role 3 years ago, I guess, and set this ambitious attainment goal. But as Dr. Weber said, these are state goals. Indiana, Tennessee, Drive to 55. Vice President Pence made this a huge thing. So we did the Lumina study, and several of the Lumina findings actually informed and became actually legislation, like the high demand fields that has now been passed. I think it was 2139 or 1171. So Substantive things came out of the Lumina thing, but I was on the Workforce Development Council. We briefed him a couple times, Vice Chancellor Wisecup, to try to get the Workforce Development Council, which represents the state, to adopt the Lumina goal, and they decided not to do that yet. They may do it in the future, but that's what Dr. Weber's getting to, is it was designed with us taking leadership on workforce, and I commend this board and legislators who, remember, had the WEAC study, Workforce Education Advisory Council, 4 years ago, and the new governor embraced workforce like never before, but the Workforce Development Council, you know, at this point, and talked to Commissioner Comer when she was labor and others, they talked about it, but decided not to adopt, you know, like Tennessee and whatnot. So for us to have a goal, once again, to hold the presidents accountable for raising attainment in North Dakota, which, by the way, I think we're number 3 in the nation already, we're doing remarkably well, would be, again, unreasonable to hold you accountable for something that the WDC hasn't endorsed, you know, and so this may come back later if the executive branch and WDC says, you know, we want to do that, but again, having valid metrics that we can actually be accountable for, that's why this would be removed. But the Lumina thing was very, very informative, and actually, I respect all the work that the many branches of government did, but the WDC actually endorsed 2 of our key things in their report. So it was good, money well spent, time well spent, but to put this goal here without the executive branch endorsing it would be inappropriate.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Nick?
Dr. Weber, who will continue to collect the attainment numbers as we move forward, and where will it be measured, and where will it be displayed? If we don't measure this was a cornerstone goal that this board stood on, you know, going into legislative sessions. It was used during, you know, pitching testimony and asking for dollars to support higher education. So just wondering where this will go?
Sure. The Lumina goal, the data for this goal comes directly from the Lumina site. They monitor this for all the states. So our data will continue to be on their site along with the other states. In terms of internally, we do not internally have a link out to that site, but we could certainly put a link to it off of the current IR webpage if we want to direct people to it.
Chair Morton and Member Hacker, I mean, a lot of this comes from census data. And so in the end, that's what Lumina does, and they pay attention to it state by state. It's in a site called strongernation.com, and you can go to this and see this, and it's really very well done. They track county by county because it's census data. So you can literally see very easily, this is what came out of this, the Lumina study work that we did, was that you can really see the differences among the different counties in the state. So that data is readily available. We could link to it to keep the focus on it. But we have the study in the can, and we have a marketing plan in the can, but there are no resources, okay, to actually move this forward, and especially with the university system on its own.
Mr. Chair, and thank you. I do understand there are no resources for this very specific initiative, and maybe there are others that are not buying into this type of vision yet. I think that higher education can be a leader in this area, and that we don't necessarily need to say, well, let's stop measuring and let's take it off of our goals once again. When we have institutions that are looking at transforming to become polytechnics, or institutions that are becoming, you know, dual mission, offering 2-year degrees, and lots of institutions offering more and more certificate programs, I think we're headed in a direction that is a goal for more attainment. And if it might mean, you know, attainment through the system and not just the state or something else, I just don't think we want to take our eye off of this ball yet, especially considering the significant workforce demands out there. And these, just because the numbers don't show up so great, doesn't mean we shouldn't keep putting the numbers out there, right? And so I would hope that we could revisit this one too.
I would reinforce what Nick just said. Data, there's no silver bullet. There's nothing that's perfect, but we want to collect the data that we can. If we want to be able to measure, we want our presidents to be able to measure, and then there's always a caveat that, for example, train North Dakota. There's a number, how many people got trained. Well, if that number goes lower, and there's an explanation that it was a budget issue. Well, you also have a subjective part of data too. Leveraging the data and having dashboards and not getting too complex, making it relatively simple, that's a step in the right direction. But I think Nick raises a good point. We're in a good shape from an attainment standpoint with the things we're doing with dual credit and Polytechnic and certificates. So that Lumina, that's very good for the country.
Yeah. And if I may, we'll come back to you at the retreat on this. We'll be able to talk more about this. So, Jen's not asking for an up or down vote on this.
Yeah, and I always hope when you come back that the presidents have had a lot of input too. Mm-hmm. We just assume from the Chancellor's Cabinet when it's recommended that they've had a lot of input.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Chair Morton, we discussed this, and again, Jen Weber got the month off, but we're talking about having a retreat just with the Chancellor's Cabinet again in August to absorb what you all said in June, to then inform their goals. But again, what we're getting at is we are doing the things you talk about, the dual mission, the Polytechnic certificates. My thought is, first off, is if the executive branch, WDC, doesn't want to endorse a statewide goal, to hold our presidents accountable for the state doesn't work. But what we could hold them accountable for is how many certificate programs have you rolled out? More specific things that they actually have control over. What did you do on high demand? Legislature said do this. What have we done? That type of thing. So that's all we're saying here. We are totally devoted to workforce, technology. Your retreat is going to focus, and I want to thank Member Hacker for this, on technology one day and then energy the next morning because we couldn't get them there. So we are focused like a laser beam on that stuff. But a metric like this, when it's not the whole state, the whole of government, and that's how it's been successful with Vice President Pence and in Tennessee, whole of government, Labor Department, governor, legislature, higher ed, and that's all we're talking about here, is getting to meaningful metrics for us, so we can come back again in June on that.
Okay, should I move on?
Mm-hmm. Please.
Moving to goal 3. On this one, honestly, 3.1 increased students' overall attainment rates through increased participation, retention, and completion. This is probably our most vital one because it does talk to the success of students. From a data standpoint, the reason we're bringing forward to remove one of them is just because there's currently 5 metrics under this, which is a lot of metrics, and 3 of them, retention, 100% graduation rate, and 150% graduation rate, those are related in such a way that it could be said we're essentially measuring the same thing or displaying the same thing 3 times. All of these are currently available on the IR website. They're down in a downloadable version, so we have that data accessible on the site, and it is downloaded quite often. But from a standpoint here, this is just purely a simplify recommendation to maybe remove the 100% graduation rate. But we would maintain the retention, the iPad's retention, and the iPad's 150% retention rate. Then the final one really isn't even under goal 5. We do have it indicated that under 5.1 we need to kind of revisit this with a possible change to the outcome being measured, but we haven't identified what that might look like. It would need more input from the President's Cabinet. So that summarizes the recommended changes that we bring forward. Are there any questions?
Chair Morton.
Yes, Tim.
As you're all well aware, I'm new to the State Board of Higher Ed, but as I review the strategic plan for the university system, and we talk about equipping students for success and some of the other things we identify here, I think the one thing that kind of jumped out at me was our staff, from the president all the way down to the janitor at the universities. I mean, is that something we talk about to equip them for success as we look to move forward, or how do we address? In the world that I came from, it was all about the people, and I think I don't know where that fits in, if that makes sense. I mean, you know, Chair, you came from Microsoft and it was all about the people. I think the people that deliver on behalf of us in the university system, is that part of our strategic plan, or have I not seen that?
If I could jump in, I love your line of thinking, sir. I've said this over and over again. We are in a battle for talent. In the last month, we've had 3 of our leading computer scientists, electrical engineers, poached by Rensselaer Polytechnic. So I like what you're thinking. We can come back to you on that. You know, paying talent what the national market rate is. You know, that's been often a criticism, like that professor's overpaid or that staff member's overpaid, yet other people like our people and they hire them away. So yes, that's a great point. You know, what does it mean when we say we want excellent education? Are we paying the faculty and the staff a competitive salary that they'll stay here? So can I come back to you on that?
Yeah, that'd be great. I think, you know, part of that even goes back to Member Trainor's comments earlier on about our succession planning and our need to develop talent from within, and I think that all fits within that, and in my belief, it should be part of the strategic planning as we look to move forward. So that'd be great. Thank you.
Tim, thank you. Let me just interject here. As we go through these discussions, and they're important, you have a lay board sitting up here. We have the experts back there. I would really encourage our presidents, if you have a comment or a question that you would like to share with the group, please speak up. That's invaluable. We don't hear enough, and this is my fault. I'll take responsibility. We go through a board meeting and we don't hear enough from the experts, the people in the trenches every day, the people who they spent their career involved in this, and they know what's happening, and we need their input. So don't hesitate. If you've got a question, a comment, it would be welcome. Please proceed, Jen.
I believe I'm complete.
Yeah.
The only thing I would add is, Board Member Mahalik, the metric you described, I believe, would fit nicely under Goal 4, maximize the strengths of the unified system, if we were to go down there.
Thanks. I mean, I think that'd be helpful as we look to move forward. Thank you.
So, Chair Morton, if I can make one last comment here. We'll talk more about this in June, but essentially over the next year, our small team here with myself and Chris Erickson and Billy Joe, we'll be visiting campuses and talking to the planning cells, you know, the leadership at all the different campuses over the next year, and come back to you essentially a year from June at the next retreat with changes. And this is what one of the things, in fact, at the retreat we're wrestling with right now is, and I'll come back and talk about this in a little bit, but I just wanted to tell you that there is a process here, and we have lots of time to look at this, and these are the kind of thoughts that we're looking for from all of you, and also from the presidents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now we get into the real interesting stuff. Item number 11, Board Policy 4029. Lisa?
Good morning, Chair Morton, Vice Chair Hacker, and members of the board. You'll be happy to know that Policy 402.9 actually has no changes. We changed a corresponding procedure related to the admission of new international students, but we do open up policy and look at those when we adjust policies to make sure there are no when we open up procedures to make sure there are no implications on the corresponding policy. So you'll be happy to know no changes to 402.9. If permissible, I'll move on to Policy 503, Student Free Speech and Freedom of Expression, if there are no other questions regarding the previous one. So at the last legislative session, the North Dakota University system testified on behalf of the system regarding Senate Bill 2320. That legislature had a desire to have a bill and have the elements of free speech and freedom of expression under the purview of the legislature, the university system. We testified in both House and Senate education committees seeking an amendment that would have free speech and freedom of expression and those policies under the purview of the State Board of Higher Education. Those amendments were accepted. Within that legislation was a requirement that the State Board of Higher Ed and the campuses adopt a policy around student free speech and freedom of expression no later than August 27th, 2019. This first read is a key step in marking progress towards that requirement. Our campuses are aware of this and are working on implementing campus corresponding policies to implement this policy. You will have a second reading in June. The policy before you today, 503, has been reviewed by Academic and Student Affairs. Councils have been shared with the campuses, have been shared with the Student Association and the Council of College Faculty. And the proposal, the board policy you see before you today is new and has input and edits and recommendations from all of the constituents that I previously mentioned. I'll pause there. I guess I feel like we incorporated all of the bill's language, including definitions and 4 requirements about free speech, the inability to restrict viewpoints and content, and I feel like that's reflected in the policy. So I just present that as a first read for you today. I'll go through all of the first readings if you'd like to take a motion at that time.
Thank you.
Efficiency. And so related to that is the next policy. There was some concern that a student free speech and freedom of expression bill did not address maybe faculty rights around freedom of expression and free speech. And so what we did was 401.1, academic freedom, does have some language in there around free speech and their rights. And so we opened up 401.1 as a corresponding and existing policy and edited that. Some had expressed concern that the board had last reviewed it in 1984, which was concerning to some. So it is appropriate that we probably re-review that. The language almost is reflective of 1984, so with the help of general counsel, it's probably more contemporary, not changed significantly, but certainly incorporated what was required in the legislation in Senate Bill 2320 that afforded faculty those their rights around academic freedoms, free speech, and freedom of expression. And perhaps most specifically in point 4, has an element related to classroom speech and managing that in their classrooms. There was some feedback that they felt that the timeline was a little compact or such short notice, but that quite frankly is sort of non-negotiable with the legislative bill 2320 is pretty firm on the implementation of August 27th. So we will make that. What I've encouraged faculty or campuses to do if there's a concern is implement 401.1, and if they have concerns about other bullets besides freedom of speech, that they could work on those in a subsequent month or throughout the upcoming academic year when there are more faculty on staff. And just in closing on this one, on June 5th, the Academic and Student Affairs officers will be having a retreat, and at least 2 hours is dedicated to this topic: academic freedom, freedom of expression in our public spaces, in our classrooms, on our campuses, and that will be, we will have 3, if not 4 panelists, 2 of them being representing General Counsel, our own Eric Olson, Matt Hammer from NDSU, and Dr. Kara Hulgren from the University of North Dakota has implemented free speech, recently successfully implemented a free speech policy at the University of North Dakota that's been held up sort of as a model that to share her experiences. So that will be on June 5th. My hope is that the administrators become comfortable around this topic, the legal requirements, and then in turn can work with faculty in sort of a professional development capacity in the upcoming academic year. So that concludes the first reading of the policies on your agenda. I'll take the next one after. The next one's a second reading.
Okay.
So.
Chair Martin?
Kathy? Oh.
Yeah, just for clarity.
Yep.
The way that this is presented, the wording on items 1 through 5, is that all new terminology? And then we have strikeout on 6, 2, 3, and 4. Was this completely redrafted, or just how do I read this?
Member Nesset, are you referring to the academic freedom policy?
Academic freedom policy, 401.1?
Right. So it wasn't necessarily struck. A lot of it was sort of affirmation of those same points, but sort of rewriting it. And working with general counsel, the thought was, in some ways, the original language was sort of visionary, I don't want to say fluffy, but somewhat unenforceable. And so we just, in our going back through it, sort of rewrote that. We felt that it would be easier for the board to read it top to bottom as a rewrite, as opposed to striking sentences, removing words. But the key thing is really affirming the AAUP, the Association of University Professors, I believe, their principles of academic freedom. That was important to us that we kind of reaffirm those.
Can I just follow up? Just once again for clarity, so is this completely new draft 1 through 5?
Chair Morton and Member Nesset, yes, it is a new language entirely, yes.
Thank you.
Chair, I would just like to commend Eric Olson and Lisa for adding and continuing to discuss with us in academic and student affairs of 2J. I think with us cramming such an important policy in such a short period of time, and this is on the student free speech, that it's important to give universities and student associations a little bit of guidance on where they do have the ability to have a voice. And I know that there's been disagreement with it as it's just being repetitive, but I think with us having to implement things in such a short period of time, it's really good to allow universities and student associations to know exactly where they do have a place. So I just like to extend the appreciation of you guys taking our feedback in academic and student affairs.
Member Thornton, that's a good point. What you see under J has some red highlighting on it. For clarification, that wasn't in some of the original versions circulating among students, faculty, and the councils. It was in, but the decision was to strike it, that it was repetitive. It just is citing North Dakota Constitution, and do our policies need to cite Constitution verbatim? And the thought was, this is probably an appropriate place to reiterate that we are in compliance, or that there's a directive in not only the U.S. Constitution, but in state constitution, Article 1, Section 4, that affirms these rights. And so the decision was made at the Academic and Student Affairs Committee to include that language, even if some might have viewed it to be redundant. And thank you for the support of the Student Association. Both the Student Association testified at the committee hearings, House and Senate committee hearings, as well as letters from the Council of College Faculty. And I think what's important about the students testifying is that that was sort of an indicator that these are not being grossly violated on our colleges and universities today. That the fact that the students stood up and testified in support of a bill moving this to the board, they easily, had this been gross violations among our colleges and universities, they would not have stood with us up there to articulate that. So thank you.
Our North Dakota State Student Association, they do good work. They're really fun to work with and great people. They've got a whole new executive team coming in for the new academic year. And so we do appreciate our NDSA. Dan?
Chair Morton and Lisa and Eric, when these are presented to the board in the future, could you underscore or read new language just so that we avoid, I shared the same confusion as Member Nesset, and it's just helpful if we're adding language to a policy, we should know what is old and what is new and what is stricken out.
Yes, members of the board, yes, we can certainly follow that. So
Good
underlining
suggestion.
new language strike through of that which is.
Any other questions of Lisa?
And I know most of you weren't here, but I want to thank Member Hacker was in the trenches many days. The legislature had a very thoughtful discussion for hours about this. We had legislative leaders, and if you haven't been following the news, there's a huge explosion, controversy at one of the Ivy League universities exactly on this type of issue. Faculty members let go based on positions they took. It's written up in Fortune magazine, and here again, North Dakota just keeps doing the right thing with improvements, and our legislature is sensitive to these issues of academic freedom. So I just want to, for people who don't know here, the legislature spent a lot of time, legislative leaders thinking through this, working with us, and Vice Chancellor Johnson took a lot of hard questions, standing podium for several hours, as I recall. Yes. But this is behind this that came out to what I think was a very constructive process. So thank you again, Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you. And Lisa, thanks for cleaning. You're right, 1984 is a long time ago. So thanks for cleaning that up. I was the football coach at NDSU in 1984. That's how long ago it was.
Chairman,
Is there?
Yeah, I'll move approval of agenda items 11 through 13 on first reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders? Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes.
Your next agenda item is policy 406.1, academic calendars. I'll be brief on this one. Quite frankly, the students approached academic affairs council members or a previous student association had asked if there might be something of a fall break for students, much like we have in a spring break. And in kind of negotiating with the students, as opposed to an entire week off in the fall, the suggestion from Academic Affairs Council and Student Affairs Council was to perhaps have Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, as a holiday for students, as a travel day for them, not necessarily giving staff, faculty and staff that day off, but students as a non-class day. And then just for clarification, this does not violate any HLC meeting requirements. We actually slightly exceed the number of days and hours required for the fall semester, so we sort of had that cushion in there to grant that and sort of mediate that with the student association. And so board member Thornton can attest to the students' request, and I think this is an appropriate request. And so the edits you see before you in policy 406.1 are adding just that, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving as an additional holiday for students.
I don't have a problem with that, but I'm wondering why that's only for students and not for staff and faculty, because they need the same amount of time to travel to their families, if travel is the argument.
Yes, Chair Morton and Member Pruce. So the students aren't employees of the university system, but we as faculty and staff are employees of our state employees. And so as opposed to, I know that employees, and Mr. Wakeford can attest to this, you know, the staff and faculty are looking for some flexibilities regarding like the Friday after Thanksgiving, I think was your request. And that starts spilling into state laws as state employees. And so the board that isn't under the board's purview to waive those as days that employees and faculty don't have to come in. I know that a number of campuses use that Wednesday as a professional development, or they do some of their department convening, so the students aren't there, but the faculty are there to do professional development and departmental meetings. But again, I would just reiterate, the board, it isn't under the board's purview to release faculty and staff.
Okay.
And, you know, I'm not saying it isn't possible, but I think we have to have a larger conversation at the state level about the details of that request.
I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that point. I'm not a big fan of that Wednesday off because the Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes already have the Friday problem. That means there's one day less and the same material will have to be covered.
Yes.
So, I mean, it does put the faculty under pressure getting the material through in a shorter period of time.
Along these lines, I'm all in favor. I'd like to have a discussion and perhaps that the Chancellor's Cabinet get some input. But I think we should give everyone the Friday after Thanksgiving off. The private sector has driven this there's very few private sector companies that haven't gone this route. It's a chance to give our employees, our faculty, our staff, our administrations a little bit of a reward that really doesn't. It's already built in from a cost perspective. I'd really like to, it just makes sense. It's not a very productive day. Why not just let people take that day off and have a great 4-day family event? But let's get that on the agenda for the June meeting.
And that's what in visiting with board member Wakeford, we said we'd pick that up after the legislative session. And we'd debate whether Friday is unproductive or not.
Friday after Thanksgiving is unproductive in our country.
With that, if there are no further questions, I guess I either leave that for action for the board or move to your next policy.
Please,
Mr. Chair, I do have a quick question. I noticed there must have been some sort of dissent within the cabinet, comments under the chancellor's recommendation. Was that, we digress on that a little bit? Were there institutional leaders that didn't want to adopt this, and is there some reasoning?
Sure. Chair Morton and Vice Chair Hacker, when it was presented at senior staff the Friday after Thanksgiving, and the chancellor can speak to him for himself as well, but he had to express concern about, as some of you just said, yet another day off. You know, how does this look for public appearances, the optics of it, another day off? And so he had just articulated that concern. Chancellor, I guess if you had more you wish to add, I think you'd returned from a meeting in DC. I think that was what prompted the comments.
I've been pushing, for more learning, the Jan term thing. At some point, I'd like to come back up. And, here we are back on workforce, being responsive. We're in a race for talent, and the signal we send, publicly is, we'll now have another day off. So I'm just saying, we have to be very, mindful of, the situation we're in, and if our priorities are finding another day off instead of, hey, we need to get these new certificates out and we need to get Jan term on there, we need to find more ways, continuous learning. So it was like a priorities thing. But I totally get your point, Don, is, what are people getting done on Friday? That's a valid point too. But just what are the priorities? Which things do we bring before the board?
I would prefer not to govern by optics, but govern by what's right. And I don't, but we'll have the discussion. Did you cover all the second reading things? No, oh, no, you don't. Okay. Darren's next. Item 15.
Chair Morton, did you want a motion on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
On number
Yep.
14. I would move approval of policy 406.1 as presented.
Second.
Oh, good dog.
Discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Louders? Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
No.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Darren?
Not quite.
Chair Morton.
That's better. That's better.
Okay, thank you. I'm on the phone. Sorry I couldn't be with you today. Before you is the second reading of a new policy, policy 1203.1 on digital accessibility. This policy came as a result of a study initiated by the Chancellor's Cabinet. We are in second reading. I'll just go through it very briefly. This is in response to trying to make sure that the websites that we go forward with get to levels of accessibility as defined in the Federal Rehabilitation Act, Section 508. The policy basically says that going forward, we will make accessibility part of new websites so that they are developed in that way. We'll also deal with legacy websites on request. That's basically what it says. We also understand that sometimes, especially in older archived websites, it could be too cost prohibitive to do it. We put some leeway in for a campus CIO to be able to write an exception for the reasoning as to why something could not follow this policy. This policy does not go into effect for a year. It will give us that year as a time to do the analysis and understand and develop a plan going forward to apply to this policy. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Darren. Any questions of Darren? Kathy?
Once again, this is second reading of a new policy, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Chair Morton?
Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Item number 16. Robin, are you with us?
Good morning, Chair Morton and members of the board. My name is Robin Putnam, and I am the Director of Financial Reporting at the System Office. Today before you for second reading are a few minor proposed updates to Policy 802.7, which is identity theft. This policy was originally created in 2009 to comply with the identity theft provisions of the Fair Credit and Accurate Transaction Act of 2003. This law applies to any entity, including higher ed institutions, that extends credit or allows for deferment of payment, such as tuition. It requires them to have a program in place that addresses the risks of identity theft. So the proposed changes today consist of adding a section for definitions and modifying certain language to make it consistent with the federal government 16 CFR Part 681, which contains the regulations of this act. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? Okay, you want to go to item 17?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Morton and members of the board. The proposed changes to Policy 340.2, also here for a second reading, clarify when audited financial statements are required from nonprofit affiliates, which would be our foundations. With these changes, audited financial statements will be required for foundations that are included in our NDUS financial statements, and also for those who have assets that are greater than $1 million and expenses greater than $100,000. So we are required by GASB accounting standards to include certain affiliates or foundations if they meet certain criteria in that standard. Previously, several years ago, we had one foundation for each campus, at least one foundation, regardless of its size. We've changed our methodology with the blessing of the State Auditor's Office, so we also look at materiality in addition to as we assess the criteria and the standards. So this just clarifies that language for the policy. And the September 15th deadline remains the same as the original policy. We're also moving the section from paragraph 3 to paragraph 5 because not all affiliates that are required to have an operating agreement will be necessarily required to have audited financial statements depending on their size. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments? Is there a motion for 16 and 17 together?
Chair Morton, I would move approval of policy 802.7 and 340.2 for second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion or questions? Call the roll, please.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Thank you, Robin. Item 18, policy 306.1. Carol?
Good morning, Chair Morton, members of the board. My name is Carol Redmond. I'm the compliance officer for the NDUS. We have here today the second reading of policy 306.1. It is the charter for the compliance office. As I said, this is the second read. You approved the first read at the last meeting. The policy establishes the functions and activities of the Compliance Office and defines the authorities and accountabilities of those activities of the office. As I said, this was approved by first read last month, and there have been no changes or edits and no additional feedback in this past month, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions? Call the roll, please.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Acker?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset? Yes. Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Carol, as long as you're here, you want to do 305.1 before you leave?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Morton. Policy 305.1 adds one paragraph to the college and university president's authority and responsibilities contract terms. In August of 2018, the NCAA updated its Division I bylaws to require universities include in the contracts of their presidents the requirement of complying with all NCAA rules and regulations. Our NDUS president's contracts do not include that level of detail. Instead, we reference the SBHE policies. So our answer to that is to add paragraph 4.1 to satisfy the NCAA bylaw change and also broaden that requirement for all athletic associations that would apply to any of our institutions. Again, this was the first read in April, and there have been no questions, edits, or feedback in the meantime, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think Nick has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and Carol, maybe a question for you, but probably a question for the presidents because this is affecting their contracts. I'd just like to understand if there was any thought or discussion around are there potential unintended consequences of doing something like this with your athletic programs that might be moving between conferences or different things. Any feedback? It's your contract.
Vice Chair Hacker, thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. The issue, the NCAA issue, is really primarily targeted Division I presidents, and so that's the good news. It's been contested by those Division I presidents as well, simply on the basis of what is the practicality of a Division I president knowing if there's an administrative action or inappropriate behavior going on at some nuanced level of the athletic program. The NCAA has taken the position that ultimately presidents are responsible for everything that goes on their campus otherwise, and why would athletics fall outside of that? And obviously some of the high-profile situations that have happened around the nation, presidents would have either, one could argue, been more attentive or empowered to be more attentive if they were signing documentation that the athletic program was following the stipulations. That doesn't make presidents comfortable to have one more thing piled on that they're supposed to be all-knowing about, but it did pass, and I don't know, at least at the Division I level, that there's a lot of room for negotiation of that. The NCAA does own the bat, the ball, the field, and everything in between. So don't hear me being enthusiastic about it, but at the same time, I don't know in the greater scheme of things that it's horribly problematic.
Any other questions from the board? Or hearing none, is there a motion to approve 306.1 and 305.1?
So move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
No.
Mr. Trainer?
No.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Item number 19. Laura? We will be taking a break after this.
Good morning, Chair Morton and members of the board. My name is Laura Schratt, and I serve as the NDUS Chief Audit Executive. In your agenda materials for second read today is the update to the Internal Audit Charter. I'll go through the changes briefly. The Internal Audit Charter was originally in the 800 series. It's moving to the 300 series under governance as we report to the Audit Committee. We have eliminated the mandatory one internal audit per fiscal year, replacing that with a section that's general statement regarding our responsibility for system-wide and individual audits. We added wording regarding the Audit Committee's responsibility to make recommendations to the full board and review disputes regarding investigations, reports, and recommendations. We added specific responsibility for follow-up and implementation plans for internal audit recommendations, and there were non-substantive changes, including title changes. This has been through committee, and it's been through councils, and it passed first read on April 25th. So we ask for approval of second read today.
Thank you. Questions?
Chair Morton, I'd like to move approval of second read for policy 306.2 and thank Ms. Schratt for all her work on this. This has been...
I can imagine. Thank you. Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. We have a quick cleanup item. Eric?
Thank you, Chair Morton, members of the committee. This is just a clarification. Earlier, the board approved policy 306.1 unanimously, and the motion that was passed prior to 306.2 was phrased as covering policies 306.1 and 305.1, and that was not a unanimous vote. So I wanted to clarify that second vote effectively to clean up the record. We should retake that second vote and clarify whether that's applying to just 305.1 or also 306.1.
Now I am confused.
Yes.
I think what Eric is saying in lawyer speak is that we made there was a motion for approval of two policies, and there were votes against that motion, but I think the votes against were related to just one of the policies, not both.
Okay.
And so I think I should have asked for a division of the question, but we should divide the question on those two separate policies.
Thank you, Dan. That's absolutely correct. And in fact, the question, in effect, had already been divided because 306.1 had already been voted on.
Okay. You want to make the motion?
I'm not going to make a motion to approve it because I voted against it.
Okay.
I would just request, I'll just create some clarity. My no vote was for 305.1, if that helps in the minutes.
I did make note in the minutes. I have anonymous and then the two no votes for 305.1.
And I joined
Yes.
Member Hacker's vote against 305.1 only, and for the reasons
Correct.
that he expressed, and also our ceding decision-making to an outside third-party group.
So and this, Chair Morton, this would be to your discretion. The typical way to clean up this, sort of the confusion on this, would be to just hold the reconsideration of the last motion, but I would defer to you on that. That would be the typical way.
We can do a reconsideration.
Mr. Chair, it's not necessary. Both items passed.
So I can just say
The minutes will reflect, if somebody wanted to look back in 10 years from now, they'll reflect that Mr. Trainer and I's no votes were intended for the 305.2.
So I have the authority to say we're good to go? Okay, we're good to go. We're done. We will.
Thank you, Chair Morton.
Let's convene back. This will be our official. Let's convene back at 10 after.
I wanted to get tea.
Thank you. We will continue with item number 21, with board reports and discussions. And Jill, are you still with us on the phone?
I am. Good morning, everyone. Chair Morton, members of the board, just a brief update on the committee meeting that was held by the Academic and Student Affairs Committee on May 14th. Chair Morton, can you hear me clearly?
Very well.
Excellent. Good. Many miles away. Just a brief update. And several of these policies the board acted on this morning. Policy 402.9, 401.1, and 503 were reviewed by the committee and recommended for full board approval for the first reading, which occurred this morning. I do want to point out regarding policy 503 that, and really thank Ms. Johnson and her team, there were template policies developed related to policy 503 to provide guidance for the campuses to implement their process and procedure, because as was discussed earlier this morning, those issues are very time sensitive. So I want to thank her for doing that. We also discussed state authorizations for several institutions that are doing business in the state of North Dakota: Embry-Riddle, Park University, and Rasmussen. It's quite interesting. As was mentioned earlier, we're certainly in a competition for talent in terms of staffing, but we're also in a competition for students. We had an excellent opportunity. Member Hacker, myself, and the Chancellor had an opportunity to participate in the WICHE conference a couple of weeks ago. And, with the average age of the college student moving, and that age is 40 years of age, and the abundance of choice and all of the online delivery mechanisms, we're not only in a competition for talent, but a competition for students. Some interesting statistics that were discussed: there are 386 non-North Dakota institutions of higher ed doing business in North Dakota. Over 4,000 students from North Dakota are enrolled in those institutions, offering coursework primarily through distance learning. So it's certainly a market that I would challenge the board to think about as we look at developing programming that's opportunities that are nimble and responsive to consumer demand. There certainly is a market to capture there. And in terms of those three universities mentioned this morning, 500 individuals enrolled at those three schools. So certainly something competitive-wise that we can go after. We also, there was discussed one program termination and several new program requests. And just to draw to the full board's awareness, this department continues to be, and the respective campuses, nimble and responsive to the needs of the consumer demand as we think about program modification and continuing our advance on distance learning. So again, an excellent meeting, but certainly an awareness at the WICHE meeting that we are in a competition for students as we continue to grow our modalities in terms of reaching out to students through distance education. So just want to draw that to the board's attention. And that was our meeting.
Thank you, Jill. Any questions of Jill? I would just add, I was surprised. A group of us attend Western Pathways Workforce Conference every year, and we went to our third one this year and was in Portland. It's an excellent conference focused on workforce and academia. The Western Governors Association has a very extensive online program, and they do curriculum that results in a certificate or degree. And they have I was surprised to see they have 184 students getting an undergraduate degree through the Western Governors Association in North Dakota. So that it is a real challenge. Any other questions?
It is, and we certainly, we
No, please go
want to
ahead.
put in place opportunities to allow our campuses to press into that market because we believe we have exceptional programs. So providing encouragement, support, opportunities for us to do the same, to be competitive in that market.
Exactly. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 22, Budget and Finance Committee. Nick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, when I was doing some morning reading, I read an opinion piece that was in Governing Magazine, which is a magazine that talks about governing at the state and local levels. And a lot of that discussion in that opinion was regarding voices not being heard on public higher education. And I think we should be proud here in North Dakota with the transparency that we have done comparative to many other states. We're very transparent, including with the tuition model that was adopted by the institutions, ultimately creates a lot of transparency. Significant amount of transparency came from our tuition model, so we should be proud of the work that's been done. And so based on that article or opinion piece I read, I'm unfortunately going to go through some statistics and numbers so that we are completely transparent with the public of North Dakota. It will not take long.
I would be
was going to
surprised if you
summarize
didn't.
it. Then Tammy and I talked this morning and thought, let's make sure we provide hit all of the high levels. Now, the report that's attached to your agenda is about 30 pages in length, and we will not read that report. But each year, the North Dakota University Systems entities, which are the institutions, prepare on all fiscal funds a yearly budget plan covering appropriated funds, grants and contracts, auxiliary services, and other revenue sources. At the next Board of Higher Education meeting, we'll be streamlining that process to be a biannual budget based on appropriated funds. Here in North Dakota, we're a biannual legislature, and we receive those appropriated dollars every 2 years. And so the institutions will begin moving to a biannual budget based on the board's adopted guidelines. And then in the off years, institutions will need to come before the board with any major deviations that result in things such as enrollment changes and so on. So the guidelines establish the salary policy, areas of strategic investment, tuition and fees, and so we are now beginning to look at the tuition and fees for the 2020-2021 years. In March of 2020, institutions may request, as I mentioned, updates to that 21 planned differences in revenue, but also differences in maybe planned salary increases or tuition rates and fees. And so there will be additional flexibility, but with the accountability to come back before the board. So today we're approving the 2019-2021 guidelines, which include from a high level the following. For fiscal year 2020 and 2021's the salary guidelines as per legislatively directed, and the NDUS pay policy, which is a fiscal year 2020 2% average based upon performance with a $120 monthly minimum and a $200 per month maximum. That was statutorily written. It does not cap us at those amounts. I'll talk about that in a second. For fiscal year 21, we're looking at a 2.5% average pay adjustment based upon performance. And as I mentioned, those aren't necessarily the caps. Those are averages. The institutions may supplement with other additional available funding pay increases that go beyond that. But so long as those new dollars are not asked for as a replacement funding request in the next session. That means you can't go give 10% pay raises, come back next session and say we gave 10% pay raises, so we need this extra money. There is flexibility. Essentially, if the institution finds cost savings elsewhere, they can redeploy that in additional pay raises. Institutions may also use other compensation tools, such as one-time payments and different reclassifications. For fiscal year 20, there was also in statute, the maximum annual tuition rate increases. Under the resident undergraduate rates, legislatively, there is a cap of 4% that was instituted based on our funding. All institutions, with some exceptions, are planning for a 4% tuition increase. The institutions that are requesting less are Wilson State College at 2.01%, North Dakota State College of Science at 3%, and Valley City State University at 3%. So that's a summary of where the institutions are going with resident undergrad rates. There is no cap across the entire system or institution. So differentiated tuition is allowed under the statute and is being recommended in this policy for high-cost programs. And so some of those that proposed a differential tuition based on program or college include the University of North Dakota's College of Business. They're at a 3.5%, which is different than their 4%. UND Engineering, Computer Science, and Geology is at 5%. And UND nursing is at 5%. There's also no cap when the tuition model is being implemented and decreasing fees. So that'll include Lake Region, DCB, Mayville State, Minot State, Dickinson State, and UND. For the non-resident undergrad rates, there's no cap at all for non-residents. All institutions are planning 4% except for Wilson State College and North Dakota State College of Science and Valley City State University, which are the same increases that they're applying to their resident undergrad. Again, no cap on adopting tuition models. There are a couple of residency factor adjustments that are occurring that some institutions are moving to a 1.5 or a 2.67. So those rate factors are changing. The resident professional and graduate rates, again, no cap. And so all of the institutions are planning on a 4% increase for their resident, professional, and graduate rates, with the exception of the University of North Dakota Medical School and Valley City State Universities. Their professional and graduate rates are going to increase by 3%, not the 4%. There, again, no cap on this classification of student. Additional increases include the University of North Dakota Law School, again, differential tuition and no cap on out-of-state or professional and graduate rates. So UND Law is going up 13%, which is a significant amount. We'll talk about their second year of 2021 in a moment. UND basic graduation rate is adjusting up 1% instead of the 4%. And UND nurse anesthesiology is increasing significantly by 54%. They were found to be extremely outside of the norm within the School of Medicine, and so there's a major adjustment there. Again, no cap on adopting tuition models and merging fees, which are occurring in this category at UND and Minot State University. Non-resident, professional, and graduate rates. UND, NDSU, Dickinson State, Mayville State, Minot State are all adjusting at 4% per year. The UND Med School and Valley City State are, again, doing 3%. The additional increases at the University of North Dakota Law School of 13%. I'd mentioned that. It's the same as the in-state adjustment. The UND basic graduate rate is only being adjusted 1%, which is the same as in-state. UND nurse anesthesiology, again, is moving technically 55%. Again, a big market difference here that was identified. For fiscal year 2021, maximum annual tuition rate increases, again, is a 4% increase statutorily, the same as 2020. All institutions are planning the same 4% for undergraduate and graduate rates, except for the State School of Science, which is going to stay with the 3%. There is a UND Business will stay with their 5% as they did in 2020. UND Engineering Computer Science, this is a little bit of a deviation. There's a planned 5.5% for that program. And University of North Dakota Nursing, this time in 2021, is planned for a 7% increase. And the law school had a 13% increase for 2020. They're looking for 2021 to be a 5% increase, so a little bit of moderation. The report and approval also confirms the fiscal year 2020 fee increases approved by the institution presidents, including student, technology, course, and program fees, as well as the room and board rates approved by the institution presidents. And we do report on a couple of specific fee and room and board adjustments. The mandatory fee increase for Connect ND, fee of $66 per semester or $550 per credit, will stay at the same amount as it has in the past, so there's no change. The North Dakota Student Association fee of 4 cents per credit, which is capped at 12 credits per semester. Again, no change. They did not seek an increase. The outside of 1% cap on fee increases, which was approved by this board previously, was the University of North Dakota's $220.80 mandatory fee increase, which exceeded the 1% limit. That's primarily due to the student union. And then a new University of North Dakota Aviation Department program fee to support aviation, which is, they have a waiting list up there, and they're trying to make adjustments for the compensation of the faculty and staff and flight instructors. Then there's additional carryover authority, as we see in the past, for extraordinary repairs. So those funds that the institutions have today, they continue to carry those, keep them, and they do have to, however, report those carryovers. And then the delegation of authority to the chancellor to approve the biennial budgets within the guidelines that were set previously here. And with the exception of any one-time transfers from operating to capital assets, still need to be approved, excuse me, by the Board of Higher Ed prior to the transfer, which is statutory. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's a report from your Budget and Finance Committee and the work it's done, and appreciate your support.
Thank you. And Nick, you have done a tremendous job of leading that committee, and it's very much appreciated. Any questions of Nick? Dan?
Chair Morton, I just have to make a comment. The law school tuition increase, it's my understanding that the administration at the university has empowered the current dean and the incoming dean with sufficient authority to provide waivers and scholarships for students that may be affected. We have the experience in North Dakota that the Minneapolis Law School spend the summer trying to pick off our students. And so I want to assure those students who are accepted and enrolled at the law school for the incoming academic year that the law school has the capacity to accommodate their and address their financial needs.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Chair Morton, this is just a general comment, and I'll try to make it real brief, but I know we have the ability to raise tuition, and we probably need to raise tuition to cover costs and so forth, but I think we need to look long-term at the bigger picture of increasing tuition over time, because we're in a competitive game, as Ms. Lauder said earlier, with the other colleges and universities, private and so forth. So I just want to implore us to look long-term. When we can raise tuition, we can, and we maybe should, and there are justifiable reasons. So I'm going to commend the colleges that did not raise their tuition the full 4%. I think that's a good thing. They found ways to meet their budgets and so forth. But as a parent of 4 children down the road, there's a lot of other parents like me that are going to be looking at college, and the cost of college is becoming sometimes less affordable for certain populations. And I just heard yesterday on the radio, as I was driving into Bismarck, that student loan debt is about $1.5 trillion right now. That's something that we need to keep our eye on as well, too. I know that we have budgets to meet and we have costs to contain and so forth, but just I want us to think long-term as well, too, for the back of the student and the future as well, too. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ashley?
Thank you, Chair. I understand, and I know the majority of students I've talked to have understood why there needs to be a tuition increase. And we are well aware that a lot of our programs are undercharged on a national scale, and North Dakota does fairly well in student debt, as we all know. But there is the benefit that North Dakota has when we say North Dakota has extremely low student debt, and these programs are extremely affordable on a national scale. And so to go to a nursing program here in North Dakota is much more affordable than South Dakota, much more affordable than Minnesota. It's sort of our cutting edge. And it's really difficult as a student on a day-to-day scale where we're looking at our debt ever so piling, which is an average of $25,000 in North Dakota of student debt. And we see a year-to-year increase, and that loses North Dakota's edge. So I'd be lying if I didn't hear fear from other students and other student associations and student senates about the rising cost in North Dakota and it deterring students from out of state to come into our state. Because while we don't exactly hit those national averages for programs, that's sort of what's so great about living in North Dakota and staying in North Dakota. And so I would just like to express concern. While we do appreciate the 4% cap, and we definitely appreciate the schools that didn't go all the way up to the 4%. And we understand the ever-growing need for staff and faculty raises and improvement in programs. We also see that the national debt is an ever-growing problem, and it's a problem that we face for the next 30-plus years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Nick?
Mr. Chair, I would just follow up that the committee really shares a lot of the sentiment that was just shared by Ashley as well as Andy. A couple of things from this last session was really identifying that differential tuition to ensure that the costs of programs match the revenue that comes in. And so instead of a cap across the board, this is really significant because it means that high-cost programs in which a student may graduate with a job placement that might be in the 95+%, and they're going to make near $100,000 right out of college, as certain engineering programs, for instance, compared to elementary education. And so the committee is very sensitive to understanding those differences. And I would just add that the committee was very diligent in asking for regional averages of when they're asking for program differentiation. They're benchmarking where we're at compared to Midwest region, really just Minnesota, South Dakota, and Montana. And so it's pretty diligent about in its work when it benchmarks where those are at and where they're being proposed. So I do appreciate and share the sentiment. And I would just add also that in North Dakota, I think we're very conservative in what we do. And I think we should be proud that we're in the top couple of states for students' ability to repay their indebtedness compared to the rest of the country. That's a really good indicator that says I get value out of the education, I am able to secure a job that pays me fairly, and I have the ability to meet my debt obligations. And so, I commend the institutions for that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions of Nick? Presidents, any questions of Nick? Okay, we will move on to item 23 in the Audit Committee. Kathy?
Thank you, Chair Morton. I'd like to give the full board a general sense of yesterday's Audit Committee meeting. Nick Hacker and I met yesterday. Jill Louders had technical issues, and she could not connect by phone. I would like to go through, I'll take this slightly out of order from the meeting agenda so that just for the flow of this report. We discussed the draft internal audit plan for 2019-2021. We reviewed the quarterly management report. We also went over state auditors' performance audit updates. This was dealing with the parking and transportation services and purchasing cards. So this was really coming full circle with audit process that has been in place and the function has been ongoing for over 2 years. And it was really just brought forward by Ms. Dolan that this was the process working, that this is purchasing cards are a complicated process to audit, and that it had come full circle and completed. We also did some policy process updates. Ms. Carol Redmond went through the process of where we are currently. We still have a backlog of policies that have not been reviewed in the last 10 years. So we're trying to get that backlog of policy updates complete, and then we will have a method to move forward so that every policy goes no longer than a 10-year review period. And as we could see by policy this morning, we have some that are significantly longer than 10 years. So we're trying to improve upon that. The rest of the other agenda item was the state auditor's performance audit of NDSCS, and I'd like to report on that as well. The committee intentionally did not address the merits of the NDSCS, the Cass County Career Academy, or discuss the auditor. We simply addressed the findings of the report and the responses, which everyone has taken the time to read. We must remember that this audit was initiated and executed by the state auditor, and it's the first time that I can remember an audit of an ND-US institution resulting in this type of an outcome. Overall, the sense of the majority of the audit findings were serious, especially in regards to the performance of Train ND Southeast. But many of these items could be corrected with improved oversight, and NDSCS could develop a plan to fix things. With concurrence of Member Hacker, who felt NDSCS was put into an unjust position, the chair directed Chancellor Hagerott to draft a temporary system oversight letter of instruction to President Richmond. This puts NDSCS in a special situation. In essence, to register concern about the results and findings of the state auditor and to cause the president of NDSCS to request permission of the chancellor in the area of certain decisions for a specified time into the future. The details of this would be worked out with the chancellor. As stated by the chancellor, the goals of the letter would be, number one, to ensure transparency. Number two, to ensure responsiveness to audit findings. 3, to assist the campus with local pressures. And 4, to restore confidence and public trust in the administration. For example, such a letter could also include Member Hacker's suggested plan for NDSCS to improve performance of Train ND Southeast and report progress regularly over a 2 to 3 year period. Unless there are objections from the board, the chancellor will submit a plan, a draft letter of temporary system oversight notification for NDSCS to the State Board of Higher Education Audit Committee as a matter of priority for approval by the Audit Committee during its next meeting, which will be held either June 19th or the 25th. It would then be considered as a matter for the whole board in its June meeting. Member Hacker indicated he needed to understand the scope of the system oversight, whether just for the issues identified in the state audit or if they would be broader and more general in oversight. Duration of this oversight would be determined. I indicated that these issues would be identified by the chancellor in the draft. Both Member Hacker and I are concerned by the seriousness of the 2 major findings by the state auditor concerning, number 1, withholding of support to the state auditor, and number 2, the conflict of interest issue in the case of the Flint Group. The auditor's decision not to accept responses from NDSCS administration was highly unusual and reflected a loss of confidence in NDSCS leadership on the part of the auditor. Regarding recommendation 1-3, the SEEC funds, Member Hacker recalls that when he voted to approve fundraising for the Career Academy, this was at, I believe, the June 27, 2017 board meeting, his intention was that state funds not be used for construction of the Career Academy. There are multiple reasonable interpretations of the board's actions. Nesset feels that this issue needs to be examined further. Both Member Hacker and I agreed the board was not authorizing public funds to be used for fundraising. There was no vote or decision by members of the audit committee on what action to take in the case of these 2 serious issues. But clearly the acceptability of the actions of NDSCS merits attention and discussion by this board, not only today, but later at the June meeting. I, for one, feel that these 2 issues are serious. They are well documented and even carry potential legal penalties. Withholding information from the state auditor is a violation of the law. Additionally, the climate and culture in place at NDSCS, though not part of this audit, has for quite some time come under criticism from faculty and staff, whose voices should also be heard. There is a crisis on campus at NDSCS. Lives and livelihoods are being impacted, and this is not right. This is also worthy of board attention and discussion. During public comment, President Richmond stated that NDSCS has a culture of continuous improvement. That means sometimes you have to hear things you don't want to hear, but you need to hear them. When changes are made, not everyone is happy. President Richmond is willing to listen and learn how to improve. At this point, I'd like to ask Chair Morton if it would be appropriate to have Member Hacker or the chancellor add anything to my report?
Yes, Nick, do you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member Nesset, for the report. Just listening to your report, I'm sure there's some clarity. You plan to look at what an oversight plan might look like at the next meeting. I am uncertain because I don't understand what those look like in regard to specificity of what those mean, and am interested in that before I was willing to vote at that point in time. And I think we'll get to a point at the next meeting where we can cast those.
Can you hear okay?
Sorry, I'll get closer. So I'm interested in the details of the oversight plan before advancing that. And one of the questions in the audit and is regarding the SECC funds that were used for fundraising expenditures when this board acted to approve the authorization of raising funds. It's unclear in those minutes of what was intended. And so my sense, the way I read it and I felt from that meeting, was that we were not barring the institution from expending funds explicitly for fundraising, but that my read of the minutes and the way I felt when I cast a no vote for clarity was that no funds shall be used in the construction of the project. So there's a little ambiguity in the language, and we didn't have an opportunity to listen to the minutes of the recording, and hopefully we can maybe do that at the next meeting to find that clarity.
Chancellor?
Thank you, Chair Morton. No, I understand direction very clearly, and we'll work up that draft document. And you know, we do take these things seriously. You know, I know that Chair Morton, I agree with you completely. We want results, not perceptions. But the public, obviously, this has become a very public thing. And we have to assure people that we hold the highest standards across all 11 institutions that work for the benefit of the state. And so we realize we're working under the glare of lots of questions. And I just want to thank NDSCS for being responsive when they were allowed to give their response and details. And I foresee this being very workable, and we'll have something up to you in June.
Other board members? Ashley was first, Dan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not trying to belittle the seriousness of the allegations currently going on, because as students, we definitely understand that the current climate is not great in between staff and faculty and administration. But upon talking with many of the students at North Dakota College of Science, the relationship and the climate there is still extremely positive. And I think the board should hear that the Student Senate has met with the president, and the president has been very open and responsive and had an open door policy with all the students, not just the Student Senate. And so I would just like to express, from my understanding from talking to several students and the head delegate of NDSCS, that the climate is still positive, and the students, while I know faculty and staff are feeling it, the students are not currently feeling the extremes of the tension that others are feeling, and the campus climate is extremely positive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, Chair Morton and Chancellor, I just, one of the things that occurs to me is I think that there's probably a time and a place for oversight by the university system if we have an emergent situation, like embezzlement or something like that, where the university chancellor and the system need to go into a campus. But in this type of situation that is based upon kind of a review of things that have already happened, I wonder if instead of an administration by your office, a more appropriate response might be to have appoint an administrator to help the campus work through those types of issues. And I don't know if the audit committee considered that alternative, but to essentially put a person on the ground to help President Richmond and the campus deal with some of the issues that are happening. There might be an alternative that might provide a more focused approach and also wouldn't create the expectation that your office swoops in and solves every problem.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Chair, if I may. The way I would envision this temporary oversight, but again, the audit committee will have the authority to modify this, is President Richmond is running his campus. He's making decisions, but on critical things defined by the audit committee, and I'll propose a draft, he would run those things by me in my office, where, because there has been tension on the campus. Some are afraid for their jobs, and you know, just like we talked about, train ND numbers are down and whatnot. In fact, Dr. Wynn is an example. Any question relating to the medical school that might seem in conflict with the college, he has offered, he will bring that to me. That type of thing. That if there's this confidence question, there's now another set of eyes. But Dr. Richmond is running his ship, so to speak. He's looking at the budget, and as we all know, he's in a fight for students in Southeast North Dakota, like the board did in December. So he has latitude to do all those things. It's just when it starts to come to the things defined by the audit committee, we would meet, talk, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing, and people know, you know, ones, and there's been some outrageous accusations against him, and this is to protect him, meaning, as before, the chancellor looked at it. So that's kind of, this is not to slow him out from trying to adapt to what he has to do.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? I would like to have a few comments. I also, when we approved a fundraising effort of $30 million and to have no state money spent, did we expect him to raise the $30 million without any funding? I don't think we did. I just assumed his foundation would, someone has to fund, you don't raise $30 million without a plan and without a strategy and without implementing it. And it does cost money to raise money. Did I miss something there, Kathy?
No,
I just assumed, I didn't, there was going to be funding, whether it was state or foundation money from their foundation. You have to spend money to raise money.
I understand that part of it. That's not part of this report, though. That's, you know, now we're getting into the discussion of the June 27th, 2017 meeting and what the intent of the board's vote was then. I don't think there was ever at any point an idea that this would solely go without, you know, state or State Board of Higher Education support. My understanding, I think Mr. Hacker, we were kind of under the guise that that preliminary vote at that point was not approval of the academy, but it was approval of fundraising. So it was one step in the process to begin the fundraising. And I don't want to get too far into that because I don't think that's really the meat of this auditor's report.
But the auditor does spend some time on it in indicating that there was an abuse of state money.
Because the State Board of Higher Education did not approve state monies at that point. We only approved permission for NDSCS to go ahead with fundraising. We did not approve state dollars to be used in that effort.
Well, the state dollars were probably the compensation for President Richmond, don't you?
Others.
And so, I imagine this fundraising was something he did extra. In the private sector, it'd be called overtime. We gave him approval to raise $30 million, and if he had that $30 million raised, then we would have a vote of whether to approve the academy. That was how I understood it.
I don't know that we ever gave approval to raise the entire $30 million. We gave approval to begin the fundraising process. And I think, you know, it may be helpful for the audit committee to go back into that, Nick says, into the minutes of that particular meeting. And I know that was it was a point of contention at the time. It was not a unanimous vote. But I do believe when we talk about the use of funds and, if there were state auditors does go into using funds from the SEEC and use them towards the academy efforts, that was not approved by the board.
Wow. Then I'm to blame as much as anybody. If we weren't clear on that.
Well, perhaps, we should, in the process of continuing to review this, which still is on our agenda, we defer to our legal counsel. We have audit legal in the room, and perhaps we can ask for assistance from our legal counsel, Chris Pesky, to assist with an interpretation of the action of the board at that time.
Okay, can we is he here?
Yes, Chair Morton, Member Nesset, I'd be happy to take a look at that and review the recording of that meeting and the minutes. I know that's been done at previous times in discussion of this, but I can develop something more specific.
Thank you.
Was President Richmond allowed to respond to the audit?
Yes.
But he had to do it through the chancellor, is that correct?
He was given an opportunity to respond. The chancellor asked for his response. He was allowed to speak during the original meetings back during the March 27th, 28th timeframe. He was given an opportunity to respond when the chancellor submitted his responses. He was given an opportunity to speak at yesterday's audit committee meeting as well.
How come for his written response he couldn't include certain senior people on his staff? How come it was so limited on who he could get involved in his response?
The initial, I think the sensitivity of the document, the auditor gave us, I think, 5 copies. There could be no copies made, couldn't be shared, because again, there's some pretty serious allegations which could have legal ramifications. So there was very strict limits put on. We kept talking who had a copy in my office. And so Dr. Richmond was not allowed in that early stage to bring more staff into it. But then later, after it was made public, could provide any and all information to the board. So those were the restrictions we were under.
Okay.
And then at that point, a follow-up input was provided by a second response, or I should say supplemental, or supplement to that response with a letter dated May 1st, 2019 was provided.
I think we can all agree that recruiting staff people, recruiting faculty people, recruiting administrators, staffing is not an exact science. And chances are most of our campuses have a bell-shaped curve when it comes to productive faculty, productive administrators. And then when you're in a leadership role, sometimes you have to, if you have a non-productive entity, you have to make some changes. This leads to sometimes having some disgruntled former employees. And I think I seem to hear from, that's the only people I hear from as chairman of the board, are those disgruntled former employees at each of the different campuses. I'll give you an example. A year or so ago, I was asked to participate in a groundbreaking at NDSU, and it was a program that President Richmond and President Brishani were jointly doing together. It's a great program. It was very positive for the community, for the business community, and I made some positive remarks about both Dean Brishani and John Richmond. I congratulated them and said some positive things about both of them. Well, shame on me. In the paper the next day, there was this quote from probably a former employee at NDSES. It went like this. He was quoted, "It seems clear to me and many others that Morton does not care what former fellow football coach Richmond does or says. He's going to support him anyway. I guess it is that band of brothers mentality." Well, I will support all of our presidents, whether they're a football coach or not. That's irrelevant. And And across the nation, there are more letters of concern and letters of no confidence. It's a very difficult time. And I will support our presidents. And that's just the way it is. And I think and John admits there's some areas for improvement. But we've all heard from the disgruntled people. We've also got a great letter from the faculty that had like 18 or 19 faculty and staff people saying very supportive. The business community, very supportive. In eastern North Dakota, North Dakota State College of Science just has a great reputation of we listen to business leaders. And I'll go back to the Skills and Technology Center in Fargo, and that goes back to the 90s. That was the majority leader in the House at the time, and John Dorso came to President Tom Plow at NDSU and President Jerry Olson at North Dakota State College of Science and said, we need customized training for our industries, for our manufacturers. And they set up the Skills and Technology Center in Fargo on the NDSU campus. Well, there's some people in Wapton that really that made some horrendous claims. It was customized training. There was no curriculum. There were no degrees. It was customized training. It was what the business leaders, the manufacturing leaders, industry leaders asked for, and it was delivered. The Career Academy, these are very popular across the country because we just have to change the dialogue as a nation. Every parent wants to see a 4-year school on their graduation cake, and not every student belongs in a 4-year bachelor's degree program. And we've got to change the dialogue that there's lots of excellent opportunities, a lot of great compensation and great careers without a 4-year degree. And thank goodness we have some, our 2-year schools are doing a great job there. But we've got to change the dialogue, and the career academies across the country are starting to change that community by community. And we are way behind. We've got Bismarck and Larry has done a great job. The Bismarck community was funded by K-12. They're doing some great things. Why can't we duplicate that in the most populous city in our state? The business community is willing to fund it. They're willing to raise the $30 million to build the building. So I just think there's always two sides to every story, and thanks for the report, Kathy. I'll be quiet. Next, any other questions?
Chair Martin, just for clarity, because it was one thing that we tried very hard in committee yesterday, is just I want the board, and I certainly appreciate your comments because I also support the Career Academy concept of it. That was not the issue before this audit committee, though. So just so the board understands that these are two different.
Yeah, and I guess I had one final thought. The auditor criticized them for accusing them of hiding emails. And have board members, have you read John's response? It's very clear. The auditor did not provide clear directions like the auditor provided clear directions to the university system IT. We want, if this name is mentioned, if this topic is mentioned from this date to this date, we want those emails. They didn't do that. They didn't make that request in Wahpeton. They had three things, very vague, very subjective. They didn't ask for specific emails. And then the university system turns up 700 emails, and then the auditor comes back and says, hey, you tried to hide those. No, they didn't. Read John's response. It's very clear. They did not hide anything. The auditor's office, they asked for any procurement documentation. It wasn't the specific requests that we get with the typical open meeting requests for emails. And so then they turn around and say, well, you didn't turn in these 700 emails. Well, you didn't ask for them. Thank you. I'm done. Can we move on to the next item?
Chair Morton, one of the things that was mentioned in the news reporting on the report, and I didn't see it in the auditor's report, was the fact that although a conflict of interest form wasn't completed, the conflict was widely known. Was indeed the conflict widely known?
The form was not, the form was not submitted, and the defense is that it was widely known.
Okay.
But that is not the facts as presented by the state auditor.
Okay.
There is a form that must be submitted to state conflict of interest, and that was not submitted. It's, and I would just refer everyone to read this, once again, go back into the state auditor's report.
Yeah, the policy appears to clearly apply to spouses.
Yes, it does.
But if indeed the idea of the conflict was a widely known fact, there's notice that can be imputed on the part of people who act in that regard, that I think may be among the considerations that your committee should include as part of its evaluation.
Thank you.
Dan, thanks for raising that. I think in the eastern part of the state, and Flint Communications is a Fargo company, Roger Ryerson has been a great friend of higher ed for decades. And Flint Communications has done a lot of work for higher ed, a lot of free work for higher ed. He's been very engaged. And when he was first approached about helping with this fundraising effort, he suggested that they use a different organization, a different company. But that didn't work out. And so I don't want Flint Communications to be their reputation. They've been a great ally of higher ed for many, many decades, and even suggested someone else, but that someone else couldn't do it.
And that is all documented,
Yeah.
Chair Martin. So I once again, I'll just refer everyone back to the actual documents to read them. And once again, this audit committee is not in any way, shape, or form questioning the contracts that were put in place with Flint Communication. We also respect the work that was done by Flint.
Thank you.
I'm getting a little bit confused right now. Do I understand it correctly that the action item for today is that the Chancellor is putting together this oversight letter to be voted on next time, and that we are not making any further decisions or votes or so today?
What we're doing, Kathy, as chairman of the board, as chairman of the committee, has asked the Chancellor, we don't need a board vote.
Okay. And another question that I'm having, I mean, the discussion is very much geared towards, well, do we believe or not believe the audit report? Is it even our job to determine whether the audit report is like correct or so? I mean, what is our job in the end to do? I'm not fully sure I understand the legal implications there.
Kathy?
I will defer to our legal counsel.
Chair Morton, members of the committee, the board's role and the audit committee's role at this point is to take whatever action it feels appropriate, if any at all, based on the report. There is no need to verify the report or adopt specific findings. The board, the committee, and subsequently the board has the discretion to take whatever action they feel appropriate.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Casey, item number 24, governance.
Yes, thank you, Chair Morton. The Governance Committee, consisting of members Mahalik, member Nesset, and myself, met on May 15th. What we have before you, just for information today, to be voted on at our meeting in June, is our refinement of how we think things should move forward with the research universities, NDSU and UND. And the initial focus, and this would be a committee, a research committee of State Board of Higher Education, and initial focus would be on research issues with certainly opportunity in the future to move into other areas that may relate to other committees within the State Board. That being said, here's our proposal. It's on the last page of the May 15th attachment to the Governance Committee by Chancellor Hagerott. Committee would have 3 board members, 3 higher ed board members, would have 3 members from NDSU and UND, and the 3 members from the 2 research universities would be as follows. The Vice President of Research, we'll start with presidents from each of the universities, the Vice President of Research, and then 1 faculty member that would be appointed by the Faculty Senate. That would bring us up to a total of 9 members on the board, and in addition, we would want 1 other person from representing the other 9 colleges and universities to be aware of what's going on, because there is research that is taking place at all the colleges and universities, and that could be decided by the group of 9 as to who they would like to have represent them. In addition, we would have both the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, or a designee, to be there for information, not voting members. So in the end, the 3 voting members would be the State Board of Higher Education, but this is to try and push us in a direction that recognizes that there are significant differences between the 2 research universities and the other 9 colleges and universities represented by this body, and that hopefully we can move in a direction that is more positive for those 2 institutions. So again, I'd be happy to answer any questions, be happy to have Member Nesset or Member Hollick say anything else that they would like to put into it, but we're not looking for a vote today. What we would like is, if you have further thoughts, that you address them to myself or to one of the other members, and we will be discussing this again before the June meeting, the higher ed meeting in June. But this is, right now, rests as our final recommendation as to how the university should be represented. It doesn't mean that we can't pull other people in when we need their expertise. We can, and we would invite them. And as any meetings are done, certainly this is an open meeting of the State Board of Higher Ed at a committee. So with that, I'd ask if Member Nesset, Member Mahalik have any other comments.
I would just like to add, and we've had this discussion in committee, and Member Ryan has commented a number of times, this is going to be a working committee as we learn, as we go forward, because it is something new to the board, and it's going to be crucial that, that we make adjustments and we do what needs to be done. But it's important that we get moving forward on the research side of this, as we've had a lot of discussion about it. But I think what we've presented gives us a great framework to move forward, and look forward to getting it started.
I think you've covered it well. I have nothing to add to it. Thank you.
Yeah, and as Member Mahalik has said, I expect we'll get into this and figure out that we didn't do it as good as we should have, and we'll make changes. But whatever changes we make, we'll come back to this body.
Thank you. Did you have a comment? The state of Iowa has one board for both Iowa State and University of Iowa and Northern Iowa, and they do their committees like this. I think this is excellent to get internal people from the campus engaged. And then as board members, the more we know about a campus, the better we can support it. And the more we know about research, the better we can support it. Last week, I met with the ag leadership and went through some of their facilities. My goodness, what an education. at NDSU, and any time as board members we can get on campus and see some of the real issues, that's a plus. But I think this has a good chance, but it's really important to get the right internal people too, which you've done.
I just want to thank Dr. Ryan's work on this in the committee. Also just commend the board. As you recall, you also focused on workforce a couple of years ago, broke out the fall retreats on workforce. This is kind of complementary, but much of the energy behind this came from, the governor. He just kept emphasizing research, emerging technology. He sponsored support of a group we'll talk about unless they update on this new economy that's emerging. So I just also want to give credit to the governor and his governance meetings he had. Like, how are you adapting to the unique things you can't even have a language for yet? And that's what's happening, on these research campuses. And so we have to be able to give them that extra focus. And as we'll talk about legislative update, we've had some victories, but even more resources in the future to do the stuff you're talking about. So thank you, Dr. Ryan, for your work on it.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Ryan, barring the constitutional change, is it the intent that the proposed would be a standing committee into the future? So, for instance, if no constitutional change is adopted, is the intent that this research-focused committee will be maintained?
I would think yes. I'd certainly want to hear the input from the other board members, but I think this is a move in a direction that does look at what's been out there by the governor and legislators, and recognizing that even though we're one body, there are significant differences within the colleges and universities, and we need to respect that and give strength to each of those areas so that we can do a better job in educating people in the state and providing employees to the state of North Dakota. But I think the ability of research to move North Dakota to a higher level is huge. And I think we have to recognize it, and then we have to get the funding for it to make it happen. Because we don't need to hit on all the research ideas. We only need to probably hit on 15%, 20% to make a huge difference to the state. And I think that's the direction we're moving in. So if nothing changes on a vote in 2 years, I would tend to think that we'll be 2 years down the road in a process that either aligns itself with this or is even better than what is being proposed for the statewide vote, and creates the opportunity for us to be 2 years ahead of the curve.
Thank you.
Well stated. Okay, can we...
There's a question now, Dr. Preuss.
Of course.
Thank you, Board Chair. I understand that the two faculty from UND and NDSU are voting members, right?
Are non-voting members.
Oh, non-voting members.
The only voting members would be the state board members, the
Oh,
3 state board members.
okay,
So
good.
this would
I'm
be
glad I
similar to
asked for
the other committee
clarification.
structure,
Okay.
where we have board members and then we have others that are there.
Okay.
But we wanted to have good representation of the
I'm glad I asked.
two
Okay,
institutions.
good.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we can...
Chair Morton, I think it's a good structure. I think we should think about making the representatives from the institutions voting members, at least at the subcommittee level, because everything will need to be eventually approved by the board. And I think we can form portfolios and function in that manner. But I think this is a very good structure, well thought out, and the other, you have industry or community members. I think particularly with the Grand Forks Air Force Base becoming the home of Global Hawk, there's significant potential for research with the Defense Department. I know the Chancellor's talked about some of those opportunities, and hopefully the state can position ourselves to capitalize on some of that through this committee that you've created.
I guess, thank you, board member. I do think that on that specific thing that you requested on the voting, I'll turn it to legal just to know that this would be different than any of the other committees. And I don't know how that relates to what has already been legislated or structured within the state board system. So I guess that maybe we can ask, so it comes back to Member Trainer and myself and the rest of the board next meeting, okay, what does legal Eric Olson say and what does the chancellor say? And I'm comfortable with whatever decision the board makes.
I think it would be great to have the internal members have a vote too, but I think there is a legal thing we might have to overcome.
Chair Morton and members of the board, thank you. That is the subject of ongoing discussions and research, and we hope to have further information by the time that the policy regarding this committee is constructed.
Good, good. Okay, can we move forward now? Tammy?
And sir, she's coming up. I just want to thank her. For people who didn't know, she was basically the lead legislative coordinator. I'll let her summarize, but I counted like she has a record of 10-2, 10 victories and 2 things we didn't get what we wanted. But it was an astounding performance, long. You'd always see a light on the 10th floor in her office. I would use my binoculars from my dad's farm because I can see your room. But thank you again. You took this on in addition to everything else, and it was wonderfully done.
Thank you, Chancellor. In light of the time, and because there's been media coverage of pretty much everything that's in my report already, I won't go through all of the details, but I do want to highlight first the budget situation that we have now, and the first thing I want to do is thank the Budget Finance Committee and the board for supporting the needs-based budget request that we requested for this next biennium. And just as a reminder, the components of that, there were 3 main components. One was we asked for no additional cuts to our budget from the current biennium. We asked for support of the funding formula in its current form, and including the production changes and some changes at the medical school. We'd also asked for strong support of the faculty and staff by requesting 4% annual salary increases and then fully funded health insurance. And I'm the total of all of those requests, just looking at our ongoing budget, would have been about a 5% general fund increase from our current biennium. And I'm pleased to report that our actual increase is about 6%. And those components of the needs-based budget were supported in the end through our appropriation. A couple variations were in the salary increase amounts, which were already talked about this morning. They're less than the 4% we requested. However, there was fully funded health insurance on top of that compensation package. So I think we're very well positioned going forward. And in addition to the needs-based budget, there were some increases too. There was some additional funding provided for the law school to stabilize that funding a little bit. There was an increase in the Student Financial Assistance Grant Award, which is the grants that go out on a needs basis to our students. That was increased by $2 million. And there were some other various changes in there. So our budget on an ongoing basis ended up very, very well positioned and in strong alignment with the needs-based budget that this board requested. And in addition to that, what I didn't include in here, there were also some very critical one-time funding requests. If you remember, that's how we have to put our budget together to meet the OMB requirements. But there were some other strong shows of support for higher ed, including funding the Challenge Grant Program again for $9.4 million, which is up from the $2 million that we have this biennium. There was a campus workforce initiative pool of just under $3 million that will allow us to develop and modify some of our academic and technical offerings at Dickinson, BSC, and Williston to meet workforce needs, and this board had requested that funding at a higher level, but we received $2.7 million for that. Those are the two things I wanted to address. On the one-time side, another very strong show of support was in the capital project area. Of course, all of this, the special funded projects, for the most part, were approved as presented to the board. However, there was also state funding provided of about $150 million through a combination of state bonding and cash appropriations for a number of higher ed projects, including the top 10 projects that the board had prioritized did receive funding in one way or another, either through direct appropriations or through another new item that was put into place, which is a capital building fund that allows the institutions to utilize some state funds, raise some matching funds, or find some matching funds and use those towards capital projects. So the intent was that we would more than likely be able to address most of the top capital needs that the board had presented. So that would really summarize our budget in total. I won't go through all the bills. We've been relaying that to you, and you know the status of those based on our previous reports. There's just a couple I want to highlight that also included some money. One was House Bill 1171, and I think the Chancellor referred to it earlier. It creates a skilled workforce student loan and scholarship program with about $6 million that has to be matched on a one-for-one basis, so we need to do some fundraising in order to access that, but it will provide targeted scholarships towards the workforce needs of the state. And we'll be working with the Bank of North Dakota, Job Service, the Commerce Department, the Workforce Development Council, to ensure those funds get to the highest workforce needs that we have in the state. And House Bill 10, I can't remember the number, 29, it creates a higher ed funding formula interim committee. And this is special, and it's over and above the regular interim higher education committee. So the legislature will be spending time working with our campus leaders from 5 different campuses, from the system office, and then legislative members to do a thorough study of our current funding formula, determine if there are any changes needed, and potentially consider adding additional metrics that incentive money that might be available to our institutions to meet different standards. So that'll be we'll have 2 interim committees at least that we'll be working with through the interim to talk about higher education. And then for the rest of the bills, so you know, we've had meetings and we're developing implementation plans for all of everything that needs to be done based on the legislation. And you will be seeing policies and procedures coming forward, some as early as next month, to begin implementation of the items that we need to implement. And with that, I would conclude my report and take any questions.
Any questions of Tammy? Well, thank you very much. Great work. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now we get into some of our really good things. We're going to hear from some of our campuses. And starting we'll take a break in 15 minutes for lunch.
I'm just here for a moment. Chair Morton, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to share information about the Entrepreneurial Center for Horticulture at Dakota College in Bottineau. Much of North Dakota is a powerhouse agriculture state, but much of the focus tends to be on our large commodity crops, whether it's wheat, corn, and soybeans. But there's an emerging interest in locally sourced foods, locally grown foods. And going back to Dakota College's historic roots in horticulture, we've built on that as part of our mission. And you're going to hear how we have leveraged that mission into supporting this emerging agricultural area, locally sourced foods across the state of North Dakota. So I'm pleased to introduce Holly Mobby, who is the director of our Entrepreneurial Center for Horticulture, which we abbreviate to ECH just to make it easier, and Keith Knutson, who is our department chair in agriculture and horticulture, and they will tell you the story. One of the things I should share is they are authentic people, and as they work with producers, they're actually producers themselves. So when they're visiting with a producer all across the state of North Dakota, they have a common bond, and that voice of practical experience goes a long, long way. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and they're the experts.
Thank you, Dr. Migler. Good morning, Chair Morton and members of the board. We thank you for the time to introduce you to our programs at Dakota College and how we work for food. The Entrepreneurial Center for Horticulture exists to assist in commercializing the vegetable and specialty crop industry in North Dakota. We do this by providing education and outreach, technical assistance to small and mid-sized farms. We network and assist other organizations across the state, colleges, and associations with similar goals. And we do all of these things across the whole state of North Dakota. Our facilities reside on campus. If you're not familiar with Dakota College at Botno, the photo on the right of your screen kind of shows the campus, and you'll see the baseball field. It's pretty hard to miss the baseball field. Just to the top of that picture then are the facilities for the Entrepreneurial Center for Horticulture. You can see that we take up approximately a quarter of the campus. So Dakota College has invested a fair amount of facilities and space to this. Our 7 high tunnels and our wash pack facility were built using EDA, U.S. Economic Development Administration funding, and matching funds from our community. If you are not familiar with a wash pack facility, because we live in a state that is more used to grain elevators and grain bins, a wash pack facility is the location where specialty crops, particularly fruits and vegetables, are brought to be washed, cleaned, and safely prepared for the consumer market. We also don't just live on our campus. We do outreach and education, workshops and presentations. We provide online data, newsletters, and social media, and we conduct applied research. In the photos on the top, you'll see that was us hosting a variety of producers at one of the farm locations that we work very closely with here north of Bismarck, just a little ways. On the bottom picture, Tools to Help Your Small Farm is actually an online resource database or resource toolkit that can be found at ndsmallfarms.com. It's where we house all of our applied research and our resources for the farmers that we work with. Our outreach and education also includes work with the USDA Natural Resource and Conservation Service. The photo of North Dakota there shows the seasonal high tunnel program that NRCS has in place, where 156 season extension facilities or high tunnels have been put up across the state. With those 156, Dakota College at Botno has been there to provide resources and workshops to all of those producers on how to enter this new way of growing and season extension facility. We also work with the North Dakota Farmers Market and Growers Association, and we work and serve as their director. Our technical assistance that we provide to businesses and small farms and growing farms across the state includes business production, marketing, and specialty crop assistance. We also have been providing this assistance since our inception in 2007 and have provided assistance to 341 producers across the whole state of North Dakota in the last 9 years. We do a lot of networking and work very closely with other organizations and associations across the state. This is a list of just a few. I'd only like to pull out a few of these, not going to read the whole list, but we have a very important alliance with the North Central Produce Safety Alliance, of which Iowa State University and University of Minnesota, many other universities within the Midwest are a part. We work with them. We are on their advisory board. to work with the Federal Food Safety Modernization Act to provide education and assistance to producers on that new federal act as it relates to produce. We also work very closely with USDA Rural Development and, as mentioned before, the NRCS program through USDA.
Good morning. My name is Keith Knudsen, and thank you, Board Chair Morton and board members, for allowing us to be here today. I would like to talk to you a little bit about our horticulture program at Dakota College. The horticulture program is over 40 years old, and it has been very active for a number of years, although about 5 years ago, we were down to one student. And so we took just a year to look at that and to assess, do we really want to continue the horticulture program at Dakota College? And we were able to obtain some funding through the USDA Rural Development and Opportunity Grant to do an assessment where a third party had done an assessment. Out of the assessment came three challenges. Number one is that the assessment looked at the industry and asked industry leaders, what do you really need as far as education in horticulture goes? And we found that Dakota College was not really addressing some of the current needs, especially with the technology changes that have been made. And the second area is that there appeared to be some real need for K through 12 assistance in subject matter and assisting the instructors in the agricultural programs in the areas of horticulture. And then the third area was that we just were not with the latest technology of the horticulture industry. And so that challenged us quite a bit because we did not have the resources as a small college to be able to address those real well. But I think that we have met those challenges. We now have a program where we work with the college, with the high schools, K through 12. And a recent one that we're going to be doing here in about 2 weeks is that there are a number of high schools that have received a high tunnel grant through the North Dakota Department of Agriculture. We are partnering with the North Dakota Department of Agriculture to provide the high schools with that technical assistance of construction and production of the high tunnels. So, and then in the other part of it where we talked with the industry leaders, they want students to come up with certain skills when they come out of Dakota College. And in addition to that, they want to be able to have some of their employees have some of those courses taken online. So, and I will talk a little bit about our methods of delivery as we go along here. We were also very fortunate to receive large amounts of funding through the USDA Rural Development and the North Dakota Department of Agriculture to update our facilities. And that has helped us tremendously to increase our student counts also. We currently have 13 students in our horticulture program, and we have that program where it has the students are able to focus in different areas, and I will talk about those. So our delivery is not only on campus, but we do have the on-campus courses, and then we also have what we call practicums, which are similar to laboratories, labs, but tend to be more along the lines of addressing skills and teaching students how to obtain those skills. And then the other areas of courses are Blackboard or online courses where we have students that don't need to be on campus. They can be anywhere in the world. They can also be, at their employer's location, or they can actually be the employer that is taking these courses. Then we kind of have a hybrid too, because some of the courses that we provide online need some skills training, some hands-on skills training. This is something that has come out of the assessment. So we've set it up so that individuals in that industry can take these online courses. In addition, they can come on campus for a short period of time, say a week or 2 weeks, and be able to obtain those skills on campus. So we've tried to be very flexible with the industry to work with them to give them the needs that they need, or the opportunities they need. And then, of course, we do have internships, and I like to highlight the International Peace Garden because that is a great horticulture location that we have very close to the campus. And some of our courses are actually instructed right up on the campus. The example of that is our cacti and succulent classes right there, because they've got this great cacti greenhouse there. So just to continue on, so there are different areas that a student can go into. The floral design and greenhouse technology is one area. We have a local business owner who's an adjunct instructor from a floral business that comes in and teaches our students on floral design. And these are just some of the components of that particular program. So students are able to go in that, and you'll notice as I go through some of these that there's some commonality amongst the courses. Some of the courses flow through all the way through, and that's something that we need to do as a small college. Is we need to be able to provide courses that are a little bit broader in manner, but also meet the requirements of each one of those areas. The second area is aquaponics, and aquaponics is relatively new to the educational system. Worldwide, there's probably only 3 or 4 universities that have aquaponics as a program. I think the next closest one is the Virgin Islands. So a number of our students are not necessarily from North Dakota, but one of the things that we found in the assessment is that we needed to address a region more than just the state itself, and to bring in students, bring in opportunities for students to learn about different things beyond what our region or our state has. And in this case, aquaponics, if you're not fully aware of it, is a combination of aquaculture, which is raising aquatic life, mainly fish, and hydroponics, which is raising plants in a soilless substrate. So these are just some of the components of the aquaponics program. We have the production aquaponics where students are raising fish or raising the lettuce. The thing about aquaponics is it's actually very complex because we've got the aquaculture end of it, we've got the plant production end of it, but then we also have the end of it where there's bacteria that are involved. And so we culture bacteria because the fish waste needs to be broken down to the point where the plant can take it up nutrients. So there's actually 3 living parts of the aquaponics operation. Our students throughout the horticulture program come in, they will receive a certificate, which is typically with a year, a little bit shorter. Those are students that want to get back out into the workforce. Those are students that maybe an employer is bringing to us and saying, give them these skills. When they're done, they're going to come back and go to work for us. And then, of course, we have students that are receiving an associate's degree that may go into business for themselves, or they may continue on to a 4-year institution. And we have probably about 1/3 of our students now that are going on to 4-year institutions. So, and these are just some of the components within that area of aquaponics. In that upper right-hand corner is, it's difficult to see, but we grow tilapias in our operation. And then in the lower right-hand corner is a system that's called a raft system. We have 5 different systems in our aquaponics operations so that students can get a good understanding of all the types of hydroponics that goes into aquaponics. This is a part of the aquaponics program, but it's called hydroponics because we're growing plants again in a soilless substrate. This is set up as a commercial operation. We're finding that businesses are more and more with the greenhouse technology are going into hydroponics. Lettuce is a perfect example. Tomato production in greenhouses is an example. Medical marijuana is another great example of that's going on. And so in this situation, we've got a commercial hydroponics operation set up in this lettuce production. The students that were part of the aquaponics program were part of designing this hydroponics program for the second year. And so we have a 10 by 40 area, which does not seem like a lot, but we've got it set up as a commercial operation. And last year, our goal was to meet 7,000 plants or to harvest 7,000 plants off of that. And so that's from seed to harvest, and they were able to do that. And this year we've upped it to 12,000 plants, and it's required a little redesign by our students, but we're a career in tech, so we expect our students to take the skills that they've learned and then to move forward with those so that the students coming up will be able to gain from that also. So I think we're on track to meet that, but that's our hydroponics, commercial hydroponics area. And of course, we have the vegetable and production area that we work very well with the Entrepreneurial Center for Horticulture. The students plant the gardens, plant the high tunnels. During the summer, we have a number of our students that stick around all summer. We have a couple of internship programs that are available, and then we also have some work study students or some students that stay with us during the summer. So that gives them a lot of practical experience, and then in the fall when we have all of our students come back, then we go through the harvesting and we use the wash and pack facility to clean. A majority of our food then goes directly to our food services on campus. So Sodexo is our current food services. We work very well with them. At the beginning of the season, we ask them what they want, and throughout the season, then we try to provide that for them. So we must meet their food safety policies. So we've set that up and to meet that also. So, and also we're now working more with farm to school type opportunities, and we'll be working with the Botany High School this next year to provide them with produce too. So the students then have the opportunity to learn from the very upfront, from scheduling, the production, all the way through the customer service. And you can see in this situation, the two students providing the produce, and they have a procedure in which they go through. They bring the produce in, they ask questions. How are we doing? What issues do you see with the produce that we have? What are you looking for next? So that we try to give those students some idea of customer service and some of those skills related to that. So that is mainly our horticulture area. I'll just continue on, Chair Morton, if I can, and then go into the other two areas. This is a new program that starts this fall. It's called the Agricultural Management and Technology Program. The program will focus in about 4 different areas, and I'll get to that. But the neat thing about this is that we've found that we need to combine our resources and work together as part of the university system. So we've now formed this collaboration between ourselves and Lake Region State College and Williston State College to provide some courses. There are some common courses that all 3 of us have, and the classes are relatively small in student size. So our thought is that if we combine those and have one instructor at one location teach those via Ivan or Blackboard, that we're now making our whole institutions more efficient in how we do things. So some of the, whoops, I went the wrong way. So some of the areas, the options that are available is the livestock production, and presently Williston State College has that option, has that in place, and so we're working with Williston State College to provide some of those courses starting this fall. The specialty crop production one, of course, is ours. That's what we do. Well, we're good at growing food. We're good at growing plants. The crop production is kind of a combination between Lake Region Junior College because they have a very good precision ag program, and then we also have some programs that work with that. And then, of course, we have the agribusiness program in which all 3 of the colleges work together and have courses. So example of some of the common courses that we all 3 have is soil science class. And those will now be taught at one location, and there will be labs, but the labs we'll have lab instructors at all 3 locations. So that's how we're working together. Another example is the World Food Crops course. That is a course that's taught at all 3 locations. We will have one instructor at one location teaching that program.
So that would be an online course?
That would be it would be, actually would probably be an Ivan course, so that we have the 3 classrooms set up and instructors in one classroom. We do have online courses that we're sharing. Example is the aquaponics, Introduction to Aquaponics program will now be shared amongst the 3 colleges. So, and that is one of the courses that will be part of this program this fall. And then, let's see, moving forward. Okay, so then the last area, and this is a tentative yet because we have not received approval yet, but as most of you may have heard, the USDA, the new Farm Bill in 2018 has a provision in it about hemp production. And so when we talk about hemp production, we're talking about production of a plant that has a very low THC level. It's 0.3, less than 0.3 THC level in this hemp production. And it kind of breaks down into 3 areas in that particular area. We have the fiber, which has been around for thousands of years in ropes and canvases and that type of thing. And we have the oils, which is relatively new, but the oils are used in food, they're used in plastics. There's some pharmaceutical value to the oils and also to the CBD, which is another one of the cannabinoids. And so we're looking at this program as a great opportunity for students, for individuals to learn about this, and this is an up and starting industry. And so we're not looking at the marijuana industry of it, but we're looking at the hemp portion of it. It's kind of broken down into 2 types. There are a number of varieties that have been developed in hemp production that are specific to oil production, specific to fiber, and specific to CBD. And so we will be working with some of those varieties as kind of applied research in our area and doing some trials to see which one of those varieties work best in our areas. And one of the components of that is, of course, the federal and state regulations. The state legislature passed a House bill this year to legalize it in North Dakota, and the North Dakota Department of Agriculture is responsible for following through with all of these. So that's part of the regulations. Dakota College has been authorized to proceed with growing hemp as part of this program. So we are looking at starting some production of that in that area. With that, Chair Martin.
Any questions? Either Molly? Yep.
Chair Morton, this is Jill. I just am so thrilled, Keith and Holly, to hear your presentation. I had an opportunity to receive a USDA grant several years ago for a high tunnel and an irrigation improvement project, and your programming was excellent in terms of developing mentor-mentee relationships, focusing on the growth of small business and partnering with local community partners. So excellent. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I would just add, appreciate the work going on in the hydroponics area as well as the hemp area. This industry, we think of these as just being kind of small-time things. You go to southern Minnesota, there are quarter sections of land that are under a roof that are growing hydroponic lettuce that much of us eat right here in North Dakota. And so this is an industry that's actually starting to really take off. And so I'm glad you guys are working in this arena.
Thank you.
And again, wonderful brief. For the State Board in context, as you recall, last Envision meeting we had in June, one of our goals was how to better get agriculture programming to the remote areas of the state. You'll be getting a briefing from Dr. Bashani and Dr. Mitzel on a 4+1 program online. We've had legislators, Senator Beckedahl met with Vice Chancellor Weiskamp. What are you doing about us out in the West? We're not just energy. So again, you all have made some statements. You guys are doing the work, and this all is very consistent. One last point I'd make is a very senior legislator, I won't use his name, but very powerful, influential, said, our future can't just be 40,000 acre farms with robots. We have to have people on the land stabilizing these communities. And this is what you're talking about and what Member Hacker's talking about, is people can stay on the farm if they can find a way to do this without having to have such massive capital investment. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that's exactly it. We are focusing on a vision of agriculture for North Dakota that is broader than commercial agriculture, looking at these specialty crops and the new technologies that are coming with them, and really taking a look at these small to mid-sized farms that we can keep in their communities and grow our economy from the ground up, rather than the 4,000, 5,000 acre farms. Thank you so much.
Chair Morton, I would just like to state that if any board members have the opportunity to get up to Dakota College, Botno, it's very interesting and an eye-opener, and you can only do so much with the pictures here. So it's really good. It creates huge opportunities for individuals within the state. And so I think it broadens your mind thinking, well, there's only 800 students there, so why do we need to have them? And we do need to have them.
Because we actually are serving the whole state. It's really nice to work with those 156 seasonal extension facilities all across the state, and really to function as an extension agent for the state in this particular area of specialty crops.
Thank you.
Chancellor?
And I forgot to mention on the high-tech end, the digital agriculture NDSU, but also we were an early sponsor of the Grand Farm experiment. They had an event 2 weeks ago, maybe the first in the nation, of a highly, highly automated farm. There's a test place, 40 acres has been given already, and Secretary Perdue came out. So the state board is working on the very high-end, highly robotic, whatnot, down to the people with their hands in the ground. So just again, great work.
Good. Andy?
Just, Chair Morton, just real quickly, your presentation was great. It's the only thing standing in front of us between us and lunch, ironically, food. This deviates a little bit from your presentation because I know Holly's background and from the area and so forth. Can you talk a little bit about a couple of the areas that you're working in on the private side, the farms that you've worked with? Because I think they're really unique in what you've done. I kind of know this personally, but if you wouldn't mind just telling us just a little bit about what you're doing.
Me personally, or the farms that we work with?
You personally, if I could put you on the spot.
Keith, why don't you start?
Certainly. So I have a small farm of about 500 acres. I do have an aquaponics operation on my farm. It's been there 19 years. And I grow a lot of herb type plants, and I grow a lot of fish. And so the fish that I do have on the farm are perch, bluegills, and trout. And so this time of the year is a very busy time of the year because I'm out on the road on weekends, and I'm distributing those fish to producers who have small ponds that want to have fish in their operations too. So that plus the fact that I do grow a lot of vegetables in the summertime, and my Saturdays are usually at a farmer's market if I'm not doing something else. So.
And my husband and I run Garden Dwellers Farm close to Esmond. We are North Dakota's only culinary herb farm. So for the last 17 years, we've been growing cooking herbs and delivering to grocery stores, restaurants, and direct to consumer.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Molly. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
What's the lunch situation, Christy? 4:33 now? We will break for lunch. Let's try to get back within 30, 35 minutes, okay? Try. come to order. That was very well done. Thank you, everybody, and I think we can move along. We are next. John, are you ready?
Yes.
We're going to hear about the Term Advisor Program.
Yep. So as is in the case with Jerry, I'm not going to take credit for something that I really haven't been doing, maybe just facilitated. So you're going to get the presentation today from our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Kim Ray, and our Vice President for Student Affairs, Kaylin Bondi. I think many of you know that when I first started president, I was also the Vice President for Academic Affairs. And so at that time, I bullied our Vice President for Academic Affairs, who was also me, into sitting down with Kaylin to try and come up with a strategy so we could point both student services and our academic side in the same direction. And these guys have taken that idea, as well as our faculty and staff, and really run with it. And we've got a good message for you today. I'm really proud of this for a couple of things. First off, the program is both an academic and a student services program. It's integrated, and that is not a common thing on campuses. The other thing I'm really proud of is the first term advisors that are involved in this. It's not just faculty. There are staff that have stepped up to be trained too. And so in my mind, the investment is actually with our entire campus about what we're trying to do. And really, if you go back probably 3 years ago, we felt like we were not doing a good job satisfying student needs. And we were also struggling, I think, with one of the things many campuses struggle with is we have teachers that do a good job and they're good researchers, but either they don't know how to advise or they don't have time to advise. And so we knew we had an advising gap, and we also knew it's so critical with incoming freshmen because if they get off to a bad start in the fall, we never see them again. And so really, the rationale for the program came from right there. I'll let these guys take it over. They've got a good story to tell. And thank you for having us, Chair Morton, board members, Chancellor. Also, presidents or anybody else in here, if you want a copy of the advising handbook, just send me an email and I'll send it to you. I brought them for board members, but thank you.
Thank you, John. Very good. Thank you, ladies.
Chair Morton, members of the board, what a pleasure to be here today to be able to share our program. As Dr. Miller said, my name is Kaylin Bondi. I serve as our Vice President for Student Affairs. And with me is my colleague Kim Ray, who serves as our Vice President for Academic Affairs. So the program that we have today to share is our first term advising model. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about this project. One, as Dr. Miller said, it was a mix between student and academic affairs. The other thing that's kind of interesting about this is we recently won an award from WICHE. We won the Bernice Joseph Award, and we're honored with that. And as many of you were here this last week with WICHE, it's a fantastic organization, and they're really looking to work amongst states and be collaborative partners, not only amongst states, but amongst institutions. So we were honored with that. So let's get started. As Dr. Miller stated, he came onto campus and we sat down as colleagues trying to work across the hallway, looking to have student affairs and academic affairs work closer together. And one of the big things that we wanted to do, we reinstated our enrollment management team with a new mission and really wanted to focus on improving retention and completion. The funding model in North Dakota is supportive of that, and that was one of the things that on campus we really wanted to hone in on. With that, we wanted to address incoming students' concerns and challenges. We know when students step foot on a campus, there's a huge transition, whether they're coming from high school, whether they're coming from, workforce, whatever it might be. Getting them off to the right start right away is exactly what we wanted to do. We also wanted to empower students to play an active role in advising. We understand that if it's their advisor or their faculty that hold all of the knowledge, we wanted to share that with them, impart that knowledge with them so that they're able to play an active role and make decisions on their own alongside with their advisors. So those were a few of the goals as we first started talking. And then what we wanted to do was to make sure that we were addressing exactly what we needed to address. So looking at data, we took a look at the community college survey of student engagement along with a few other things on our campus. We have a graduation poll where students get to tell us what they like, what they don't like on campus. Our trends, along with our national cohort trends, are really similar. We saw in the 2017 edition of our SESI reports that we had academic advising and transfer credit scores declining. And so we did see that students weren't satisfied with what was happening on our campus, and we needed to address it. So as we look at that data, we just finished up with our 2019 community college survey of students, so we'll be looking to see how those numbers have been impacted and maybe if this program has made a big change. So as we decided to address advising, we thought, we have some challenges. Limited funding. There have been a few budget crunches we all know about. So we don't have unlimited funding. Wanted to make sure that we were working within the scope of our budget. We also wanted to make sure that any action that we undertook was really going to impact the data and impact our students positively. And the last thing is we wanted to make sure not only in student affairs as well as academic affairs, how are we going to get buy-in? We all know that when we have an initiative that comes out, especially if it comes top down, some people don't buy in and it's not successful. We wanted to make sure that we were getting everybody across campus into this and to make sure if we were going to undertake it, it would make a splash. So Kim, I'll turn over the rest of this to you. That's kind of our backstory.
Am I on? Okay,
You are
perfect. Make sure I go. So our response to creating the first term advising program was we needed to have training first. So we set out and just asked who was interested in being a first term advisor. People were a little leery, but we got a fairly decent response our first time, mix of staff and faculty continuing to work together. And we created that first term advising program where we really sat down and trained them how to advise students as a group. So it wasn't Kaylin teaching them how to be an advisor or myself. It was a collaborative effort. And that conversation started with, how do you have a conversation with a first term freshman? Like what questions are you asking them? Where do they want to go? Where do they want to transfer? Things like that were questions we were putting together for those, which went into the handbook that you see. So the development of the specialized training led to our handbook, which is available online for our advisors who aren't first-term advisors as well, and they use it as well. But it was really big on how are you having a conversation with your students and what are you talking to them about as a first-term advisor. We also train them on our students' SEPs, so their individualized plan for their education. So all of the first-term advisors are trained on all of our programs on campus. However, they specialize. So we have ones that are for our AA and our AS and that transfer, and they can really help students understand what they need to take in order to transfer to a four-year institution. And then we have the ones that are trained in our CTE programs. So, for example, this year, our agriculture instructor was trained how to help our first-term welding students. So she sits down with our first-term welding students and really helps them understand where they can fit in those gen ed classes along with their specialized welding courses. So first-term advisors that are faculty members, it's not necessarily what they're teaching. We train them in other programs as well. I think the other big thing is that we wanted to make sure that the students had an opportunity to meet with everybody. So we let them meet with financial aid if possible at the same time. We have them meet with housing so they can talk to the housing director and see a dorm room. So that advising model spread out. One of the things I'm really proud of is our early entry program took this to heart, and we now in the spring go to our region schools and we do our first term advising on our high school campuses. So we take a team anywhere from 3 to 8 people to those high schools, and we'll advise 20 to 30 students in that day. The counselors have fallen in love with it. They're like, when are you coming? Our students are ready to advise. When's the schedule coming out? So that's been a really great thing for our campus. I think our staff and faculty love it. They like going out and seeing those high school students, and I think because we're so rural, it makes those high school students really feel welcome and ready to come to campus. So again, we're taking a whole team. It's not just the first term advisors, it's an enrollment specialist, it's a financial aid specialist, it's a housing specialist. We try to take somebody from every department when we can. Of course, we're always trying to look at our data and make sure that what we're doing is meeting those needs. You can see some of our improved retention efforts have gone up. Some of the improved completion rates have gone up. It's me, it's my emergency notification though. My heart. I think one thing from the academic side that I'm proud of is that we've grown in people that want to be that first term advisor. So we've improved 57% from that first year, people applying to be that first term advisor, which has allowed us to let those first term advisors not have so many initial advisees. Our students are allowed to stay with that first term advisor if they choose, or they can move on to another advisor on campus. We're seeing more and more of those students stay with their first term advisor because they've built that relationship with them. But again, more and more faculty and staff are applying to be that first term advisor. And again, just giving that student empowerment through choice. We want them to have some choices. So again, they can stay with that first term advisor, but if I was going into the medical field, we would probably push them towards somebody in our science department that might be a little bit more geared to help them with classes in their second year towards that. And with that, just in conclusion, I think I forgot to say, we do put an advising hold on every single student, every single semester. So they're kind of forced to have a conversation with their advisor before they can enroll for in the following semester, because the only person that can lift that hold is that particular advisor. So Kaylin can't lift my advisee's holds and I can't lift hers. So they're forced to meet with their advisor prior to enrolling in their next term. That's an important thing, and I missed that. But I think the big thing is just every student has a specialty first term advisor when they come in, and we make sure that they're at a reg day to meet with that specialty first term advisor, if not at their high school, when they come to campus throughout the summer. And we train them to make sure they understand new and incoming students and what their needs are. I think with that, hopefully I didn't miss anything else. We'll take questions.
Well, thank you. That was very good. I think as we address workforce issues, we just have to get rid of the stereotypes too. Welding. Welding's a great career, whether you're male or female. I was at a recent conference where in Oregon has a program where they're helping lift people out of poverty. And this young woman gave a testimony. She had been in poverty, food stamps and everything, and now went through the welding training. She's a welder. I can afford to do anything I want to do. Owns a house, and it was just a refreshing story. And so I'm assuming a lot of the advising is career advising too.
Absolutely, especially in those career and technical fields. And we're doing a lot of career advising with them. We have a lot of students that get their certificates. When you speak welding specifically, they can get out and get a job over in the Williston area fairly quickly.
Do we have some female welders in North Dakota?
Of course we do. Yeah.
Good. Congratulations. Questions, board? Ashley?
Well, I'm a little biased here, but I will have to say from on-ground experience, the Williston State campus, and these women in particular, but the other staff and faculty as well, have cultivated an environment of open doors, acceptance, and guidance, which are three things that I have to applaud you guys for. I've been to other colleges, and not to diss on them at all, but the open door policy, essentially where you can email your advisor and be with them that day, and that advisor will walk you across the hall as an incoming freshman that's scared if you have to go talk to financial aid, if you have to go talk to anyone, really, housing. And they're really
personable with the students. And I think that does a lot for the student population there, knowing that they aren't just having relationships with the students and the professors, but also the faculty and staff there. And I can speak to my personal advisor. She was my middle school counselor and my high school counselor. And so I have her as an advisor in college. And she has been able to advocate for me, write letters supporting me when I apply for different things, and really has cultivated a wonderful relationship that, like, I wouldn't switch my advisor by any means, but
Make sure she knows that.
yeah. But they've done a phenomenal job there, and their faces are extremely recognizable on the campus level, which I think is super important, that students know them and students know that they can talk to them and their needs will be heard. So, thank you guys.
Thank you. Anybody else? Andy?
Quick question. As an advisor and doing this kind of on a regular basis, I'm maybe a little more knowledgeable than others here, but I have a quick question about, the curriculum. We can always look at a sheet of classes and go, I need this class, I need this class. What do you take to what do you try to instill in your advisors to go beyond that? I can take 3, 4, 5 classes in the fall semester or whatever it is, but answering their questions or getting them the information that they need to know about the behind the scenes, the bigger picture of just this class or that class. What kind of information do you bring to them? Second question, and then you can answer them both, is the advisor hold. Is that a deterrent though? Or is it, how helpful is that, I guess?
Yeah, those are great questions, Andy. So the first one, are you speaking specifically to non-academic resources or just academic and non-academic?
I think we can go anywhere.
Yeah, all of our student education plans are online. That's kind of like the map for your 2 years or 1 year, depending on your program. They're all online, and the first sheet of that student education plan actually isn't academically related that much at all. It's supposed to help students and advisors walk through some of those preliminary questions to address, is it accessibility questions or issues that they have, any transfer work that they have coming in. And then other things that we work with, specifically in student affairs, we work with what's called a wellness wheel. And so our advisors, as well as all of our staff, are familiar with what this wellness wheel is. And so we're trying to ask intuitive questions to students. Maybe that's finances, if those are maybe a struggle or issue for students, that to kind of drill down into the real needs of students to make sure that they're addressed up front and so that they're successful. Some students might come in with a social or spiritual thing where we want to try to ask them questions and get them connected with community resources, things that we don't even have on campus. So yeah, there's kind of a sidebar piece of that, but we make sure that that's a part of our training with our advisors so that, we're really trying to be intuitive and make it personalized because every student is so different. The next thing, I think you're 100% spot on. When we talk about being a deterrent for students, you'll talk about holds, you'll talk about financial holds, or maybe if a student's coming in with minimal debt to re-enroll for the next semester, if they have a $5 owed bill, like, do we want to stop them from enrolling in that next term? And yeah, I do believe that the advisor hold is a deterrent. One of the really great things about this program, though, is, for example, if I were your advisor and I weren't able to meet you today, we make sure that other advisors are on campus, and so we would be able to have you meet with Kim, who's also trained. So there wouldn't be a wait time on that. Our advisors are also specifically trained on how to do this via distance, so whether that's phone or Skype, we use both of those with their advisees. And our retention rates is really what we're trying to get into. And what has come out of the conversations, especially in student affairs, has been remarkable. I wouldn't know from 20 minutes of meeting a student that they need to be hooked up with counseling, but those are the things that our advisors are able to dig down into. So it's been kind of fun.
Good, thank you for elaborating, appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Anybody else? Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys for having us.
Thank you.
John and Jane?
You sit there, I'm not going to stay. Chair Morton, members of the committee, Chancellor Hager, I thank you for this opportunity. As Board Member Thornton addressed earlier today, student affordability needs to be on everyone's mind here. Rising cost will never stop, unfortunately. So we have to learn how to mitigate that and how to help students make this thing more affordable. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Jane Vagness-Frisch. Jane serves as our Vice President of Student Affairs at NDSCS, and Jane is going to share with you a few of our student-focused affordability initiatives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jane. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond, and I appreciate your time, and we'll be as brief as possible. The one thing that I want to note as we move forward, I don't want to take credit away from anyone. This has been really a collaboration college-wide for us to initiate some of these initiatives, and I'm very excited to share these with you. I think the question was well set up for me today when we talked about affordability and what Ashley talked about. But why student affordability? Why are we putting such a focus on this? Well, I think probably the most important thing for North Dakota is because of the workforce competition and the workforce need that we have in our state. Over 15,000 jobs open in the state of North Dakota. I think it's obvious why we would focus not only on affordability, but focus on our workforce competition and ensuring that we're providing affordable education for all. Decreased costs. We want our students, even though we are one of the lowest in the nation related to student debt, we still know that and understand that college is a large investment for our students, especially those that maybe are Pell eligible, those kind of things. And also mission fulfillment. We at NDSCS take that very seriously. Educate and train the workforce for North Dakota and the surrounding area. And we know that if students are struggling with finances and with debt, that they're not going to be going into our workforce. They're not going to be able to continue on in college. So I don't want to belabor the point, but want to note that the affordability and the competition for our workforce is something that really drove us to these three specific initiatives. The first one I want to talk about, and the one that's probably most held up in focus here at NDSCS and other places, is that we at NDSCS wanted to identify a way that some of our academic programs had done a great job with, is partnering with business and industry to support our programs and to understand that. So our goal at NDSCS is to have a partnership in all areas, academic and non-academic. So from residential life to facilities management to our ag department, to have at least one sponsorship identified in every program over the next 5 years. We put a lot of focus in on this, and as noted up on the slide through our strategic plan, not only internally to educate our internal stakeholders, our students, to our faculty, our staff, but also externally, helping those business and industry partners really understand the great return on investment of partnering with us and for success. And this is a way to supplement our budget, to reduce our reliance on appropriated funding. And sponsorship sometimes, or partnership really is looked at as more so dollars. But this can come in all sorts of ways, and really educating individuals on that this might be collaborative training for our police department. This might be equipment. This might be, we have a lot of entrusted equipment. And as you can see, we have some partnerships that are very, very, very strong, and many developing. And as I mentioned before, that this is going to be something that we're going to be pushing, and we are, in every area of the college. Right now, we have a baseline. The conversation on campus was, well, what is a partnership? Because I think that's kind of the $100 million question, no pun intended. But truly, the definition that was adopted college-wide has really helped us establish, and what we were able to look college-wide is 195 partnerships college-wide. That is growing every month with different departments. An example is an area that I work with very closely, residential life. We had a partner renovate a first floor of our residence hall, one of our residence halls, to be branded in their image, and it was a great partnership. So this is really college-wide review, and education is occurring right now, and we're definitely moving towards that goal of the 5-year. The second initiative I wanted to talk to you about is probably one of the most student-specific initiatives that we have related to affordability, and probably one of the most that I'm most proud of. And it really speaks to the transparency that we have at NDSCS, especially related to the costs. What we were seeing at NDSCS is a higher accounts receivable balance. We were seeing our students are often going into very high-cost programs up front. For instance, a diesel toolbox to go into our diesel technology programs is over $6,000. That's a large upfront investment for our students to make. And we know and understand that there's low financial literacy across the board among incoming college students, regardless of age. And one out of 3 students at NDSCS is Pell eligible. So with that, the high need and low financial literacy, we felt it was very, very important that we instituted our program called Know Before You Owe. And what it allows is for us to provide a full educational cost estimate to every student that comes through and registers for the first time as part of our first year advising model. It's provided to all students, including our prospective students. So those students that are coming to our campus to visit, we help them understand based on their sequence of study sheet what those costs are going to look like. But also those students that are registering, it's very specific to them. Understanding their transfer credits, because we know a lot of our students, which is great, are taking dual credit and the reduced cost that they're gonna realize through coming to our institution. It allows us to strive for, as I mentioned, that full transparency, but also just increase that understanding and planning. It's eye-opening to me at times when I talk with students, especially after the first semester or first year, that they aren't realizing the difference between what financial aid is covering and what the cost of college is. And so with that, we were able to, as I mentioned, allow for understanding of those tool and equipment costs ahead of time. So you can kind of see this is very hard to see, but every student that comes to new student registration or orientation or visits the campus is provided this cost estimate. It also, as I mentioned, provides a transfer or developmental credit allowance, allows for full tuition and fee cost estimate, personalized. And I think that that's the difference between the typical cost estimate that's required by the federal definition, but this really provides a personalized look at what their costs will be for the entire time that they're there, including housing and dining and books and various other tools that will be required. The last program that I want to talk to you about is our student sponsorship. And I don't mean to make light of anything, but this is what I affectionately call our Match.com program. Not to be confused with the dating site, but Match really is about creating a connection between our students and employers. We know that we have students out there that are willing to go into welding, as was just talked about, and we know that there's companies that are and industry partners that are willing to sponsor our students. And we saw that, but there was this, how do we get them together? And so we really created a program that really was very intentional about matching them up. And oftentimes I get a question, what do these sponsorships look like? Well, NDSCS does not get involved in that negotiation between the student and those business and industry partners, but what we can say is they vary widely. Everything from full educational costs, literally paying for the residence halls, their living expenses, to maybe tuition reimbursement, specifically just their tuition costs, some signing bonuses. So if you come to work for us, you're guaranteed signing bonus if you make it through the NDSCS program. Tool purchases, so helping students with those upfront costs for an agreement later to come and work for them, or a guaranteed internship opportunity. It's a great way for these business and industry partners to test drive employees as well. So what have we seen as a result of this? Very new. I do need to say that we've only had this for the last 6 months. So we've had 34 employers register that this is what we're willing to give. We want to be on your database. It's growing very, very rapidly. If I venture to guess, if I would contact our sponsorship coordinator, she would say that this has grown. We have 213 students that are actively seeking that sponsorship. And the way that we've incentivized both the student and the business and industry partner with this is our foundation has provided $2,500 matching, so a student can up to $5,000. So it's a way, if especially those mom and pop places, that maybe are a little leery of, but they know that they need a worker in the next 2 or 3 years. We've worked with them. If they're willing to put up $2,500, we'll match that. It's limited funding. But it really is a great way to kind of start that conversation and dip their toe in the water about student sponsorship. I just want to highlight the student that's up here. His name is Rydell Floyd. He just finished his first year in electrical technology. He's a good example of the full experience that NDSCS provides to students. He was recruited by an alumni who owns an electrical company that said, I really think you should go to NDSCS. And Rydell came and we said, you should really go back to him to see if he's willing to sponsor you. So Rydell took the information and went and they took his little brochure and asked, and he said, yeah, I can do that. He doesn't run a very big operation. There's about 6 employees, so this was a big leap for him. And Rydell is currently on an internship this summer, and he's also, if you can't tell by the uniform, a member of our men's basketball team. So a true example of how CTE students can realize a full college experience at NDSCS. So with that, I know I went fast and furious, but would stand for any questions.
Thank you. That was excellent. This whole work-based education is going to be talked more and more about. Mm-hmm. And I'm pleasantly surprised, too. I think there's a lot of that going on informally on our campuses. I recently had discussions with our Dean of Engineering and Dean of the Business College at NDSU, and I was pleasantly surprised the relationships they've built for their students. So I think that's all good. But this sponsorship program, the private sector has to participate. The private sector has to financially support it, and they're willing to do it. So these are great programs. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Jane, thank you so much. Do you know if other institutions are following a know before you owe type of model? I know one other one, I think University of North Dakota does something similar. But is that something that you see elsewhere, or where did you guys come up with that idea?
You know, I need to give credit where credit is due. Actually, that was something that Dr. Richmond wanted to know. He said, you can't tell me that when I get on a plane, I don't know what that costs. You know, I know what my ticket costs. We need to tell these students what our ticket costs. Vice President Gladen, Dr. Richmond, and myself really sat down and said, we need to help these students understand ahead of time. That's what we were seeing in our first year advising, is we were there getting that second semester. So that's where that idea came from. Maybe, I don't know, did we get it from somewhere else? I don't know of anyone else that does it specifically on the students' sequence of study sheet. The reason we felt that was important is because we were having students also say, you know, I took 20 credits in high school. How is this impacting my costs? They don't really understand that. So we wanted to illustrate that as well as and give kudos to that, so they tell their friends, their family members are aware of that, and so we can continue to grow the importance of taking those classes ahead of time if that works for them.
My other question regarding to the student sponsorship is, this last session, I believe the legislature passed a student loan forgiveness, and it initially was a grant program for workforce education and training.
Yeah.
Do you guys foresee that as being a nice tool to add in with your student sponsorship?
I think that would be the fourth component of this, is what was passed related to that. So we have $3 million for the loan forgiveness, and then $3 million for the scholarship, which is the guarantee to stay in state, work in state. And I think that's going to be another tool in our toolbox to recruit the student and to really help and incentivize some of those employers as well.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you, Jane. Jane's a product of the university system. She was on the golf team at NDSU, and I know she's working hard because her handicap has slipped to 6. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I would die for a 6 handicap. Okay. Ashley, would you like to? I'm sorry, Phil's next. Thanks for being aggressive, Phil.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. I actually have the next 2 items here. I just want to give you a rundown on a couple of things. The first is the kind of a wrap up on our second Envision Emerging Technologies meeting that we had on the 15th of May here at Bismarck State. Larry's gone, but Bismarck State always does a wonderful job hosting these kind of events. This was the privacy. We did one in November on artificial intelligence and ethics, and then we did this one 15th of May on big data and privacy. And it was essentially a series of panel discussions. We had about 40 attendees from a wide variety of organizations and participation from state agencies as well as business and the university system. So I just want to give you a little rundown on the panels. We had the Professor Dr. Julia Stoyanovich from New York University, who's on the New York City Automated Decision Process Task Force. The problem we face is that the tools for artificial intelligence are arriving now. And in the case of New York City, there are 175 state agencies that have these tools in place now, and they're having to develop policy. We thought that the best way to approach this was to develop the policy first before the tools start arriving. And as we looked over the horizon, and I worked this with Dr. Weber, who you saw earlier, we weren't finding any examples of how university systems or others had actually tackled this problem. And so we scanned the horizon, found some examples, for example, in Europe, in the United Kingdom, under the GDPR and things like that. And so we decided to tackle some of these problems. You mentioned the North Dakota Student Association. North Dakota Student Association, probably the first group in the country to have a student bill of privacy rights in draft. Okay, the students very engaged, starting to tackle these things. Dr. Weber, in her institutional research capacity, developed a code for her people. How are we going to deal with this data? Whose data is it? How are we going to deal with the privacy issues? We have traditional laws like FERPA and things like that, but this is different. Okay, and then we had Dorman Basil, who is the data analytics person for ITD, who gave his presentation. He came out of the cable industry, okay, and they've been collecting data on us for decades, okay, most of the time. You've signed an agreement saying it's okay, you just didn't know it. In the afternoon, then Representative Representative Casper and Ryan Harkins from Microsoft talked about some of the legislation that was discussed during this last legislative session, and there clearly is going to be a study that's going to happen, which is where I think probably the university system can help. So the goal of this was to raise awareness, keep the discussion going, and this was this was part of the Envision effort. So again, thanks to BSC, and it was a very interesting day. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Phil. Any questions of Phil? Must have been very thorough.
Okay. Well, the next is go ahead.
Well, I just want to comment. Microsoft was very supportive of the work that's going on here, and the day that we held the event, San Francisco just passed a law on facial recognition technology. This is becoming a massive issue. I just brought a New York Times bestseller now is on what data analytics is doing to people of color, women and whatnot. That, again, to commend Dr. Weber, Phil Wisecup, the students, North Dakota, again, is ahead, not reacting. And Representative Casper, really has got some important work now, I think, in the interim that we'd be glad to help with. So, again, it's a compliment to staff and the campuses and the students for being ahead and not reacting, but being progressive.
Any other questions?
Chair Morton?
Yes.
Just one quick comment. It was very informational. It was really a lot of good information in there, but the key that I took away was a lot of the information that we do give up. We sign the form, like you just mentioned. That's the only way you're going to get service, too, on some things, is you have to accept the terms that who reads them, right? Let's be honest. There's lots of them that I've just given away, too, but I think we need to do a better job of understanding what we are giving away, as our rights, and do a better job of understanding that. I think that's the population or the U.S., I guess, citizens are maybe making more aware of that too, or maybe making that more important to themselves as they look at that information. But it was really good information.
It was interesting. Representative Casper, he showed us the agreement that you signed with AT&T. Okay, and it's 20 pages of stuff, and then he showed one from the Bell Labs back 20 or 30 years ago, where they essentially said in a four sentence statement that they would protect the data from their telephone users, and if any employee were caught taking the data from the telephone customers, they would be fired. So we've come a long way, not necessarily in a good direction. So that's all I've got, sir.
Were you going to talk about the retreat?
I will. Yeah, that's the next thing is the board retreat on the 26th and 27th of June. essentially broken up into 2 days. The first day is the retreat. Second day is the normal June board meeting. We have 2 speakers, Matt Dunleavy, who's the CEO of Skyscopes. Many of you know. He'll come down the first thing in the morning on the 26th and brief. That'll be followed by Envision reports that have been assigned to different institutions. In the afternoon, we'll talk about strategic planning. Carrie Herrig, who many of you know and who helped us in the Envision brief last May, is going to come down and help facilitate. And since it is the retreat, it's not necessarily an open record, so we can break up into small groups and discuss the issues. And as Member Mahalik mentioned, hey, there are issues that you may all want us to deal with. And so we worked out with Carrie. We can take 3 main questions, okay? 3 questions that we can break up into small groups and talk about and report out, and then that would be very helpful for our strategic planning effort. Again, we're still working on those, so if you have inputs on those or things that you think that we should talk about, part of the goal of the session is to tease out guidance and thoughts from you all in the afternoon. So that'll go in the afternoon, followed by a reception, all in the Bank of North Dakota. So logistically, should be pretty simple there in the Bank of North Dakota. So thanks to Christy and Terry and everybody who worked that out. And then on the 27th, the board meeting will have, the other speaker is Ron Ness, head of the Petroleum Council, and he'll be our first outside speaker. And then the rest of that day will essentially be board business, just like normal.
Good, thank you. Any questions?
Chair Morton, Phil, could you send us the 3 questions that you have that you're working on, or if you don't have them?
Oh, we don't have them yet.
Oh,
We're working on them.
Good, we'll send you 3 questions.
I mean, several of us have our candidates, but it's your retreat. So
that's
believe
right.
me, we could fill in by 10 questions. But,
Well, it'd be nice to see what the questions are, and then maybe choose the 3 that are most important to the group, if there are more than 3.
Sure. And that's what we're working on.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Phil.
Okay.
Ashley, do you have a report for the NDSA?
I have a small one, Chair. So we were able to meet a week later than planned in Minot State, and I was able to attend and give a presentation to all the students about sort of what my year has consisted of as it comes to its end, as well as encouraging other students to apply for nomination. Over this last meeting, though, they did elect their new presidency, with Cambry Smith being the new NDSA president for the 2019 to 2020 year, sorry. And so very excited for her. She's a great candidate, and I think they're going to do some really great things as they roll over into their next year. They also put together CTS Advisory Task Force, and they talked about having, sorry, I'm trying to read this note. So they were trying to have non-voting members added so that there wouldn't be any, for the meeting of the quorum rules that they have, so that they wouldn't have too many members meeting and having open record violations essentially in their terms. And then they also passed a resolution honoring the South Dakota Student Federation. They had went down there and actually for the first time essentially shook hands with the students in South Dakota and their federation, which is the version of NDSA. And it was really cool for them to be able to reach out and actually see what the South Dakota Student Federation is doing to advocate for their students. And they were actually able to invite the South Dakota Federation to come up to us at some point so that we can really understand the work that both groups are doing and maybe minimize some of the work that we have to do going forward just by being able to mimic what each group is doing correct. And so they were able to pass a resolution honoring them, and hopefully that they'll come up and join us at some point so we can really put a little bit more collaboration between the 2 states and a little more understanding between the student associations. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions of Ashley? Hearing none, we'll proceed with CCF.
Passes to Deborah on some items that I can't really be involved with.
Pardon?
I pass it to Deborah because she has some items that I can't really be involved with.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Birgit. And the reason Birgit isn't involved in this, that she says I can't be involved, it's not that sinister. It's that it is our annual spring evaluation of the Board of Higher Education. And since Birgit is on the board, she's chosen the last 2 years to, not vote and not be involved in that. So what you have in front of you is our Council of College Faculties, and my name is Deborah Dragseth. I'm a professor at Dickinson State, and this is my second year as the president of the Council of College Faculties, which is the statewide faculty senate, as you know. And we decided again this year at our meeting on April 2nd of 2019 to evaluate our sense, and from a large point of view, the Board of Higher Education. Last year, if you recall, we did grades, because we thought we were teachers and we were graders. That was changed this year. So instead of grading, we are doing a Likert scale. So if you look at the first page, 5 is very satisfied. That would be like an A, right? Satisfied, neutral, dissatisfied to very dissatisfied. So not a lot of change there, except for instead of letters, they're numbers. We do use the criterion, as we did last year, as we told you that we would. That is put out by the Higher Learning Commission. So 3 key criterion. The first one is mission. And if you look at this 2-page document, what is in bold under that is what was written by the Council of College Faculties. The unbolded part where it says criterion 1 mission, the institution's mission, that's HLC wording. Okay, so we just base it off of that, because if we figured if someone ever asked us, how do you get these criteria, we would have a valid place where we did get them from the Higher Learning Commission, which is the group that accredits all of us. So under the first one, there are 3. Under the first one, criterion mission, the council feels positively about criterion 1. We gave that one a 5. Institutions have successfully developed mission statements articulating their contribution to the system. The State Board of Higher Ed has supported collaborative programs between institutions and the private sector to help facilitate their missions. We saw a lot of that in the most recent presentation, so we feel very positively about that. As examples, we put Train North Dakota and Vision 2030. The next criterion is HLC criterion 2, integrity, ethical, and responsible conduct. We gave that a 3, neutral. CCF's president and CCF's faculty advisor, which is Birgit, to the State Board of Higher Ed, have had ample opportunities for helpful communication with Board Chair Morton and Chancellor Haggart. State Board of Higher Education overall communication with North Dakota University System campuses demonstrates a good deal of clarity, honesty, and increasing transparency. So, and I guess from my point of view, and I'm sure Birgit's as well, we pick up the phone, call Don, email him, he's on the road, he'll call back. Chancellor Haggart, same way. I mean, extremely responsive to the concerns that we have, and we're extremely appreciative of that. 2 is one critical and disappointing instance during the 2018-2019 academic year. The State Board of Higher Ed made a decision that CCF felt was unacceptable in regard to academic freedom and tenure policy 605.1. The State Board of Higher Ed changed policy 605.1 against the expressed wishes of the CCF representing the faculty of the North Dakota University System. 3 NDUS presidents were subsequently tenured. The council strongly feels this change will have a negative short and long-term impact on the NDUS institutions. And obviously, you knew our opinion on that, and we had sent out a letter on that. All right. The council is appreciative of the State Board of Higher Ed's recent actions to put forth a recommendation of a 4% salary increase in both years of the 2019-2021 biennium. Its opposition to further cuts in funding, its support for a needs-based budget request for the 2019-21 biennium that is a hold even level from the previous biennium, and maintaining the current benefits package. So thank you everyone who worked on that, and I know Nick, you worked really hard on that, so thank you very much. We're very appreciative of that. Criterion 5, resources planning and institutional effectiveness. That one is a 3. Neutral. CCF continues to be concerned by the board's decision to forego visits to individual campuses for its meetings in exchange for primarily IVN and phone meetings. The council feels this will result in a board that will be less accessible to faculty and less connected to its primary role of educating students, and unaware of the unique educational resources provided by each of the 11 institutions. The council is concerned with the more frequent use of consent agendas. The council is concerned with the more frequent waiving of first readings. The council is concerned with the change in the long-held standard that required State Board of Higher Education agendas to be made available a minimum of 1 week prior to the meeting. So those are some, communication things. So that is our assessment. As I said, we aren't calling it a report card anymore because it's numbers instead of letters, but I'll certainly stand for any questions. And this was voted on at our May meeting, discussed at our April meeting, and again, Birgit does not wish to, and probably rightfully doesn't. Right, probably shouldn't. And she came up with that last year. She goes, I'm on the board. This seems weird. It feels weird. And so it was, I think, a good decision on her part. So, any questions?
Hearing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Staff Senate, Andy.
I guess that will be my turn then, right? I'll tell you what staff are doing around the state. We did not meet during the month of May. We postponed that meeting. Typically it's the end of the semester, things are busy. And the face-to-face meeting is coming up in June in Grand Forks. So I don't really have a lot to report that I didn't report to you last meeting. But just to let you know that the State Staff Senate will meet in Grand Forks at the IT building on the UND campus. Core Technology Services was recently made a member of State Staff Senate. They're a large chunk of employees within the system, and they are well-respected and part of the State Staff Senate. And they're getting to host the summer meeting. We travel around the state every summer to a different campus. Dr. Ryan has cordially agreed to come and meet with us and kind of share some thoughts and insights and stuff. Darren King will be on the agenda as well too. And then so will Brad Miller from IT security. Chris Erickson too, I believe, or Billy Joe, I'm not sure, is going to talk to us or going to get us engaged in this 5-year plan that's upcoming. So we're willing to look forward to providing some input. So that's end of June 21st and 2nd, I think. And just to recap, why I send out the updates from the campuses, just a couple of things that I'd like to highlight. Speaking of CTS, that sounds like a fun place to work because at the end of March, they had a karaoke contest. That sounds fun. They also did a plant walk, which is similar to, cake walk at a carnival, and they raised some money for Operation Red, White, and Blue. That's really cool to do. Bismarck State is doing a cleanup towards the end of this month. They're just picking up and tidying the campus for some events that are happening over the summer. Minot State University staff raised $1,000 to donate to the Magic City Discovery Center in Minot. Couple awards at NDSCS for staff members: Alicia Shervin, Excellence in Service Award; Alyssa Herbranson, Life Award. So some acknowledgements to some staff at NDSCS, and finally one at NDSU. I was going to get more information, but I forgot to. I'll maybe put Dr. Bershani on the spot, see if he knows anything about this. They had a toy drive last month. They raised money to buy toys for kids, I presume, or something like that. Do you know anything about that? It's okay. Sounded interesting. Next year they're collecting tissues for the YWCA. So this is a way that staff get involved in their communities and contribute to the greater whole of the campuses. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions of Andy? Okay, I think we're into public comment.
Just while we're waiting to see when his public comment, just to answer Dr. Ryan's question about what are some of the questions, if I can take 20 seconds and mention 3 of the big ones.
I've never seen you take just 20 seconds.
Well, count me. 3 of the questions are: 1, response to the legislature and absorbing just what happened and what would be our strategies going forward, like on the intercommittee study on funding. Number 2 would be governance. We have a bill that's pending, which we are allowed apparently to comment on. Will the board take a position on the constitutional changes or not, or stay silent? A third one is online strategies. The WICHE meeting had some world-class speakers. called Free Range Learning. Do we as a board take a more active role on online, pushing online? We'll have some briefs again on that. So those were three of the categories in workforce. Dr. Richmond has long said this. We should have a separate committee on workforce, dashboards on workforce. 25 seconds. Those were 4.
45 seconds. Thank you. Anybody else? Is Larry Scogan here? I don't see him. Okay, just want to thank him for hosting, as always, and I also want to thank our technical people. Very much appreciated. I mean, whenever we're here, we just don't have any problems. The phone comes through clear, and so thank you very much for the work that you do. Also, before we close, I believe this is... Chair
Morton, I'd like to speak on the public.
Oh. Okay. Geez, we just almost closed the meeting. Go ahead.
I was up moving and if I may?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Morton, members of the State Board of Higher Education, and guests. My name is Joe Schreiner. I am a former Train ND Southeast Director and currently the Customized Training Manager located at the State College of Science in Wahpeton. I've been on the campus for a total of nearly 20 years, and 15 of those years on a couple of different stints I've been involved with what is currently called the Division for Workforce Affairs. Just go way back, Dr. Migler was my first boss in that division. I'm not trying to age either one of us, Jerry, but anyway, I'm a current customized training manager, nearly 20 years at NDSCS. I'm currently on medical leave from the campus, and so I am here on my own dime, my own time, my own expense. In all due respect, Chair Morton, I'm not a disgruntled former employee. I'm a concerned current employee. And speaking on behalf of numerous other concerned employees that are currently employed at NDSCS, I hope I say the right things. Commissioner, Member Hacker mentioned yesterday in the audit meeting, which I attended yesterday as well. He was very concerned about the Train ND expenses. I'm here to talk about the Train ND situation. One thing that I feel we personally need in our department, and it's never been mentioned, is proper software. As a sales manager, I cannot track expenses the way I need to track expenses. I cannot track contracts the way I want to track contracts. It's very difficult to do with the software we have. A few years ago, we went from one software to another, and we did that because of budget reasons. So we're in software right now where we cannot track things the way we need to. We need to operate like a business, and we're not allowed to because we don't have that software. Number two, in regards to revenue generation, which Mr. Hacker brought up yesterday as well, since July 2016, we lost a total of 6.5 people in that department. Of those, 3.5 were revenue generators for us and worked with Train ND. Of the other 3, 1 resigned due to health reasons created by a work environment. Another was forced to retire, and our office manager was riffed just over a year ago. Some would say that we need to generate more sales, and to that point I agree. We need to generate more sales. But I think if we all look at the bottom line, which we are all business managers in this room, we need to take a look at that. As a salesperson, you need tools in the toolbox, so to speak, or you need a product to sell. When we lost those trainers, we lost a product that we could sell. We had one of the most respected manufacturing trainers on staff in the state of North Dakota, And he was well known in Minnesota as well, Pennsylvania, Iowa, and he traveled the country doing training for us. When that young man left us, that was over $100,000 in revenue generated by that man leaving. And the reason that he was left is because he was told that there were not going to be any more full-time trainers on staff, that we would go to adjunct trainers. What that man did for us, we have no one available to us. And we have tried countrywide, and we can't replace that revenue. My fourth and final comment, I'd like to respond to the overall financial responsibility of Train ND Southeast, which Mr. Hacker and Ms. Nessett brought up yesterday. The overall financial responsibility when you look at the bottom line, as we all should as business managers, yeah, we've lost money, consistently lost money. But I want you to look as a board, since 2010, we've had a dean on staff. And we paid that dean for 6 years, from 2010 to 2016. That dean generated $0 in revenue for us. So I'm guessing, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so don't quote me on that. I'm guessing somewhere between $100,000 and $130,000 a year we spent on a dean that did not generate revenue for us. In July of 2016, we hired a vice president. Total salary and benefits over $175,000. And we are tasked as Train ND to generate revenue to pay for that administrative position. We have lost money, and if you look at, yeah, if we generate more sales, yeah, we could do that, but we're limited in staff. We have no more staff to do a lot of those sales, but yet we have to pay for a vice president's salary that burdens us. And when I say that, I want to compare the other three regions. The Southwest here in Bismarck, the director is the highest paid position. In the Northeast, director is the highest paid position. In the Northwest, they just changed the title of the person, and I'd have to ask Dr. Darling or Dr. Miller what it is. But I know they changed the title of that person, but I know they share that with the CTE department. So I ask, take a look. The numbers don't lie. I love this campus. Somebody quoted in the Daily News not too long ago. That people want to burn that campus down. Cannot be further from the truth. I'm not one of those people. I love that campus. I loved working there. One last thing that I want to mention. I've been there a total of 15 years on a couple of different stints. There's been 2 audits performed on Train ND on that campus. I nearly have the most experience in that department, with the exception of a couple of people up in the Fargo campus. They've been there longer than I have. But I am not and was not asked to do anything more for that audit on either one of them than to ask, they asked me, and it was the administrative assistant up in Fargo that sent me the email and asked if I had any Train ND advisory board minutes. That's the only question I was asked through the whole process by both audits. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Commissioner Morton, or Chair Morton, I appreciate your letting me take my time.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other public comment? Any president comments? Let me take just a minute. This is Mark Kennedy's last meeting, I believe. He won't be with us in June. Mark, I want to thank you for doing some very good things at UND and for leading that campus, and we certainly want to wish you the very best always.
Well, thank you. It's been great working with you. If you're ever in Denver, give us a holler. We'd love to see you. Thank you all.
Any other business?
One quick comment, if I could, Chair Morton. I just want to comment on under the Chancellor's report, the legislative update, the DCB. Those presentations, I think, are very valuable, and I think we need to see more of them. You know, I know time takes a little while to get through those things, but they're very informative things and tell the board members of what's happening on campus. So.
No, that's good. That's the part that we've been doing for the last couple of meetings, and we'll continue to do it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.